Good morning. Welcome to our meeting of Tuesday, February 4th. Kaylee, can we start with roll call, please?
Supervisor Arroyo? Here. Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Supervisor Wilson?
Presente.
Supervisor Bohn?
Good morning.
Chair Bushnell?
Good morning again.
All's here.
Thank you. Can we salute our flag? Thank you. CAO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda today?
Good morning, Chair Bushnell. There are a couple modifications. Item I3 is being pulled from the agenda and will return at a later date, likely the 25th of this month. And then just procedurally, items H3 and items I1 will be heard concurrently as the first items following public comment on non-agenda items under the public hearing section.
Thank you. We will go to our consent calendar. Does any member of the board wish to comment on the consent calendar? All right, so we will go to public comment on the consent calendar, and we will start with Zoom.
There is no one on Zoom.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment in the room on the consent calendar only. If you can line up to the back of the room, and you will be asked to come forward. Thank you. Morning, Kent.
Good morning. Maybe it'll be a really good morning. Anyway, I wish to make comment on item number 5. The guy behind me said you guys have spent 5 years trying to get a grant, I think, for this. I hope that doesn't get clawed back. The federal thing. Also, item number, I think it was 12. I think was on here. Let's see which one that was. No, that wasn't the one. But you have another item on here again regarding federal funding, and we're all hoping that this doesn't happen where we have clawbacks on these things. I did wish to thank you for item number 10, adding the Willow Creek Fire Safe Council to your workman's comp. That's a wonderful group up there. They do really good work. They have free access to all my property, and for you to help out these people who are protecting our environment and doing hopefully they're going to manage some of my property with fire. I have a spot right behind the Willow Creek Elementary School, and a perfect place for them to do the best they can to protect the school and the community. So thank you for that support. There was, I think, one other one on here that I wish to comment on. Give me just a second here. Well, it's not jumping out at me this time, so I'll just go ahead and leave it with those particular comments. And thanks for everybody for being here today.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Linda Evans. I'm commenting on item 12 on the consent calendar. It's an emergency grant from Homeland Security for the Sheriff's Department. I know you're in a tough budget time this year, but I just want you to be cognizant of where you receive funds and what kind of strings might be attached. Since Homeland Security oversees the programs of ICE, and the sheriff has repeatedly expressed regret that through Measure K, he's unable to speak with ICE. So I just want you to be cognizant of how you're receiving funds and how those are used and whether there's strings attached that might make the sheriff feel like he needs to share more information with Homeland Security. Thank you.
Thank you. I think he's in the room and listening. Anybody else for public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. I'm going to go to Supervisor Wilson.
I'm happy to move consent, but I just also have a comment. So.
Is there a second on his first?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
So I just want to, just for whatever it's worth, I'm going to vote no on the consent calendar because I know it'll pass, and I think everything on here is good, but except for item 11. I didn't want to pull it off here because I don't want a big discussion about it, because I don't think, which is basically the going out to bid for the Veterans Hall in Garberville. First, I want to say The veterans in Garberville deserve a place. They deserve a home, and they deserve a hall of some kind. This bid is for $6 million. My point that I'm trying to make here, which I keep bringing up every time, is that we don't have any matching funds for this particular expenditure at a time when we are really hitting the wall financially. And we're doing this also without taking into context of any prioritization within our finance plan, which is what's supposed to pay for this. And everything else that we do in the county in terms of upgrading all of the facilities for everything that we do here is through that finance plan, whether it's for the planning department or DHHS or anything else in terms of Sempervirens and other things like that. For example, the Sempervirens in our finance plan where we've put aside $4.5 million. That is for a $45 million project. So you can see the disparity that we're putting ourselves into. So I just want to say, I want us to have a place for the vets in Garberville. I think it's extremely important. I think we have an obligation to do that. I'm not sure this path or strategy is the one that gets us there without having some really significant impacts. The monthly payments on this in our finance plan that we will obligate ourselves to, that last time I looked at it was like $30,000 a month for 20 years or more. And I just have to say, in a town where we have vacant commercial buildings all over the place currently, I think we could find another strategy to get folks a place where they can be that's more than satisfactory and can do the job. I know this is upsetting, but I just have to, in good conscience, I just can't. I think we need to look at this in the context of our entire financing plan. That I'm going to reiterate. The vets deserve a place, and we have an obligation to do that. I'm just not clear that this is the strategy. That being said, I think this should pass today.
Thank you. Anyone else from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I have a comment on the item related to the Homeland Security grant, and I just want to note that I did also examine this more closely, and this is funding that we receive regularly for the Office of Emergency Services, which includes coordination with public health and fire and search and rescue and other activities related to our emergency management planning. So just wanted to note that.
Anyone else? Supervisor Bohn.
I think on number 11, I do have to comment. I think Mike makes some great points, but the best point in this is over 13 years ago when I got on this board, we were talking about the Veterans Hall in Garberville, and it was a fix. And then it was a bigger fix. And it's one of those things that we've played soccer with a can for the last 12 years. We could have had this done for less than $1 million one time, then had it built for less than $3 million, and with the costs. So if we sit up here and worry about, we're talking about housing and everything else, we're talking to LA, they're talking about streamlining everything because of the fires. Well, I think we have that same kind of emergency, just not as catastrophic as they had. So what we have to do is quit kicking the can down the road and get stuff built when we build it, because prices aren't going down.
I actually wanted to make a comment as well, but
Okay,
go ahead.
just on that, I would also say the timing of bids at this moment with the threat of tariffs and the uncertainty around federal funding, I don't know how that's going to work out in terms of the bid processes. I also had another note here. I wouldn't mind if maybe we added this project to our earmark list. I think that, especially under federal funding, because the priorities may be changing at the federal level, and this seems like it would be in line with some of those federal priorities, and some of our other projects on the earmark list may not be. So those are some considerations. I don't want this to not pass today necessarily, but I do want to make sure that when we're moving forward, that the next time that we talk about our finance plan, we really look at prioritization and how we do that. And this is in context to everything else. That's all I'm trying to get at. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm also going to comment on 12, or 11, I'm sorry. I've been on this board for 5 years, and I think Supervisor Wilson's been on this board for 9 or something, and this has been a problem for a long time, and when the building was salvageable, this board should have taken action then. And, I don't think it's anybody's fault. Actually, it is someone's fault. We should have taken action long ago to replace that hall's roof, and it would have been salvageable. Current day, 3 years ago, it wasn't. This item will come back to this board again for discussion. This is an item to go out to bid to get a contractor. If you also look at line items, it's been reduced by cost by a lot, and there is funding, some match funding that will come back when it comes back as an item and can be discussed then. So I will always vote yes on this. I know it's a lot of money, but the Garberville veterans deserve a hall. They want it on their site that was donated to them. And I think this is a good use of our funds for them when it should have been replaced, as Supervisor Bohn said, years ago for $1 million. So with that, Kaylee, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Supervisor Madrone,
No.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
There's no 4/5 on here. No.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Motion does not carry.
Yes, it does.
Motion carries
3-2.
3 to 2.
There's no 4/5.
I didn't see any.
She's looking.
It's not listed anyway.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. We will go next to public comment on non-agenda items, and we will go to Zoom first.
There is none, Chair.
We will go to public comment in the room. Please line up if you're going to make comment on non-agenda items, and we'll start with Kent. Good morning again.
Ken Swatsky, that was the one I was going to talk on, that you guys, just so you know, a general policy, if you're going to go on with 3 or 4 of you speaking, it's probably best to pull from consent.
Thank you. We're talking about non-agenda items right now, so go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about, is my non-agenda item is things that should be happening as far as process goes. So that was
Continue
a
forward.
suggestion, a friendly suggestion is all it was. I did want to, now I'm off my train of thought. There you go. That didn't take much, did it, to derail me today? Let's not be in the zone. I'm gonna continue to lobby for the children out there. I will always be lobbying for the children and following ICWA. I think that's an important thing. Hopefully things are progressing upstairs as we speak. You never know. It may take a little while longer. But I will always have the back of children. And I could say all kinds of disparaging things about certain people, but I'm not going to today. I'm going to try and be upbeat, and hopefully things will be getting better. This is kind of an exception for me to stay away from disparaging things on this particular topic. So all of you, I hope all of you can really pay attention and listen to all of our children. This is very interesting times. Our future lies with these children. If we can't protect them, then as a society, we might as well be non-existent. I mean, that's my opinion. So that's, I think Mike Wilson has something about, anyway, a couple sayings out there you guys use, but I think the children are our future, and if we need to concentrate on that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room on non-consent items? Okay, I'm going to be closing public comment. I do want to remind people online that it is a little delayed, and we always go to Zoom first for public comment, so make sure that you're listening to your phone call, not your television, okay? So we're going to be skipping around a little bit. The next item is going to be a public hearing, and it is coming to us from the Sheriff's Office. And I believe that I need to open the public hearing. Is that correct? So I'm opening the public hearing, and I'm inviting the Sheriff up. And Sheriff, do you want to introduce this item? Would you like me to? Okay, so this is going to be a public hearing to provide the annual submission of data pertaining to immigration and custom enforcement ICE access to, as outlined in Government Code 7283-1 and semi-annual Measure K submission of data. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having this public hearing. It's great to see such a good turnout. Last couple times we've done this, there hasn't been anyone here to comment. So I know it's a little bit different. And so we'll just, the way that we're going to do this here today is we're going to provide a little bit of background, then provide our stats, and then also provide a little supplemental information to make sure that people understand exactly what we are doing here in Humboldt County regarding compliance with SB 54. So first of all,
I'm sorry. What is she saying? Does anybody in the room need a Spanish interpretation device?
She's asking to please raise their hand.
Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, no hands raised. Sorry for that. Continue forward, Sheriff.
No problem. Thank you. So it's the Sheriff's Office mission to protect and serve our community, to earn the public's trust through compassion and accountability. That's our mission, very simply, and I think we do that, and we make sure we hold each other accountable to that mission statement. And our vision is to be the safest rural community in California where peace, justice, and freedom thrive. You know, when we talk about immigration enforcement, there's been a lot of questions, but I just want to clarify that Humboldt County is in full compliance with our Measure K sanctuary ordinance, also SB 54, and also the Trust Act and the Truth Act. And what that means is that pursuant to California Values Act, the members of the department may not use department funds or personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, or arrest persons for immigration enforcement purposes, including any of the following. Inquiring into an individual's immigration status. So we do not ask immigration status upon contact out in the field, in public, when someone calls 911, when someone calls for assistance. There's nothing that we do to ask for immigration status. When we book someone into county jail, we don't ask for immigration status. It's not something that we do. It's not something that we track. We don't detain an individual based upon an immigration hold request. We don't intentionally participate in an arrest based on civil immigration warrants. We don't assist immigration authorities in immigration enforcement. And then also, we don't perform the functions of an immigration officer. I mean, those are all very important aspects of our job. We are state peace officers. We are county peace officers. We are here to make sure that the residents of our community feel safe and that they operate in an area where they feel comfortable calling for services, calling 911, and asking for help. And it is something that, regardless of status, is that opportunity is there, and we are here to protect our community. So with that, there are times when we do have to integrate, or we do have some communication with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It has to do with our correctional facility. And our correctional facility, if you do not know, everyone that is booked into county jail, their fingerprints are processed, and one of the places where that data goes is Homeland Security and Immigration Enforcement. When there's someone that has been flagged in their system, that has been previously deported or contacted by ICE, and it's in their system, and ICE knows that the person in our custody is out of compliance with their immigration, is they could send a hold request to our facility asking us to hold this person that we have in custody for immigration purposes. Based upon SB 54 and our own policy, before the sanctuary ordinance was in place, we do not honor those holds based upon that face value. And so we are required by law to track those holds. And then there are times when someone who is in custody, who is also has a hold on them, where they have they've been previously convicted of a serious or violent felony, is those people could be facilitated to be turned over to ICE. And so we'll talk about those as well. But at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to Captain Christian. He's our jail commander. He's the one that interacts with ICE and then also ensures our compliance with SB 54 and the Trust Act and the Truth Act. And he can go over the stats with us, and we're available for any questions afterwards.
Thank you for allowing me to appear today. So, like I said, we normally just ask that the board accept the stats and then are available for questions. But today, the sheriff has asked me to kind of go over our statistics for 2024, which we're required to report out to this board pursuant to all the different measures, SB 54 and Measure K. So we booked, just for kind of perspective, we booked approximately 6,500 people last year in the jail. Of those 6,500, many of them are fingerprinted. There's a small sample of people that don't get fingerprinted on certain charges that are just detention only. But the majority of those people are fingerprinted. Based off of those fingerprints that do go to secure communities, which is a connection of ICE, we had 33 administrative detainers sent to us for the year. So that's 33 people that ICE felt was out of compliance with their immigration status, and they sent us those administrative detainers. Just like the sheriff said, Measure K and our own policy prior to Measure K, we do not honor those detainers. We do not prevent someone from bailing. If it's a misdemeanor offense that they would be released on their own recognizance, we release them with a court date. We do not honor them whatsoever as far as holding them in custody. They have all the legal rights of anybody else that would be able to be released. Of those 33 people, only 4 of those people had qualifying offenses. And what that means is, pursuant to Government Code 7282.5, there's a list of crimes that you can be convicted of. And if you have a conviction of those, you are eligible to be turned over to ICE. So there were 4 individuals that, in theory, we could have transferred to ICE at the end of their sentence or on their release date, but we cannot hold them in custody past their release date for ICE to come pick them up or anything like that. Of those people, none of them were released to ICE. ICE did not contact us. We did not turn any of them or transfer any of them over to ICE. We received 16 detainers on people that we had already released. So 16 of the 33, by the time we received the detainer from ICE, we had already released them from custody on whatever was the appropriate release, whether it be bail, courts, OR'd on a misdemeanor offense. As far as ICE interviews requested, we're required by statute, if ICE requests an interview, to provide the person they want to interview with documents that say they do not have to agree to the interview, that it's completely voluntary, and it gives them their list of rights pursuant to that. We had 0 requests from ICE for interviews last year. Providing ICE release dates. As the board is aware, release dates, if known, are a public information item. So any citizen can call in on someone that's incarcerated and say, what is this person's release date? If they are sentenced to serve jail there at the county and they have a release date, we would provide that. The same goes for ICE. We do not contact ICE. We are not allowed to contact ICE, but if ICE were to call us and ask for someone's release date, we would provide it, because that is public information that they are entitled to. We provided 0 release dates to ICE. That means at no point did ICE contact us and ask us for a release date of anyone that was incarcerated. Individuals turned over to ICE, as I said before, we have turned nobody over to ICE. I believe the last time someone was turned over to ICE was 2019. So, and between 2019, I believe in 2021, someone was picked up by immigration, but the individual that was picked up by immigration had a federally judge-signed warrant for their arrest for immigration violations, which we are obligated to honor because it's signed by a federal judge. It's different than an administrative detainer. And the last statistic, the number of individuals with qualifying offenses in custody. So this is of those 4 individuals. We had 1 in custody as of January 1st. However, they were released on January 8th on their own recognizance by the court. So they were not held because of any detainer. The courts released them and we released them. So we have stayed in complete compliance. We track all the information. If we do identify someone with a qualifying conviction, we have to document what that conviction is. We have to verify that through their criminal history. And like I said, we have not turned someone over to ICE on an immigration detainer since, I believe, 2019.
Thank you. Did you want now questions from the
Yeah,
board? Or are you
questions
done
of the
with
board would
your?
be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
And just because we've been following this, the one in 2019 was a child pornographer, pedophile, if I remember right.
Correct. It was lewd and lascivious acts on an underage child.
Okay, and
Was
then
the conviction.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then we would never turn over. Actually, it doesn't look like we are, but we would never turn over or contact ICE on anybody that wasn't convicted. Anybody that has been, I think 5 or 6. Did you say over the last 6 years or something like that? But they were all convicted criminals, right?
Correct. The only people that the statute would allow us to turn over to ICE on their release date are people that have serious or violent convictions that have to be verified by their criminal history.
So just to clarify, this is not their current charge, right? They're not, undergoing, pre-trial, that kind of stuff. They have been previously convicted and in custody.
And then the other thing is that I know a lot of this turmoil started, it was a month ago when Border Patrol kind of made a rush on Kern County.
That's correct.
And I had numerous phone calls both from the agricultural community and some of the Hispanic community about this, and they were really concerned. I know we had to put out a report that they weren't here, they hadn't notified you, and you hadn't planned on working with them. I know there is an issue, and I've read this repeatedly. If they go after a known criminal, known gang member, you can get wrapped up if you're in the same location and don't have proper documentation, even though. So I know there is some collateral damage on that they're working through. But anyway, all right, thank you for the report.
Thank you. So we're going to continue some questions from the board, but if you're on Zoom, we're going to be going to public comment. You should be ready to unmute yourself when the clerk tells you so, and we're going to go to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, thank you for being here and for the annual stats that you provide us. I really like the way you started out by talking about compassion and accountability, full compliance with Measure K, which was the vote of the people. Very, very thankful for your approach to all that. And when you came to the Human Rights Commission, you really expressed that in really strong words of your support for what the voters basically said we wanted to do in our county. Also, I like that you point out that your state and county peace officers, we often lose that in discussions, that's really what it's about, is keeping the peace, right? And that's such an important thing in these times. So thank you for those elements. The stats tell the whole story, really, in a pretty strong way. 4 out of 6,500.
That's right.
Right, were qualifying convictions. 4. That turns out to be 0.0006%.
Right.
It's really small. And I think that's pretty telling as well. And I got a few emails from people being concerned about, criminals being released, into the community and stuff. That's not happening. People, if they are convicted of something, they're serving their time like anybody else. And like anyone that makes mistakes or does something that's wrong or violates laws, if they serve their time, then they have the right to try and get their lives back together and move forward. And I know that you support that, and our correctional facility tries to help in many ways with vocational programs and other things to try and help people make those transitions. So I applaud you for all of that as well. I remember when Measure K, the campaign was happening, there was some talk about how it was going to be a massive burden, and it was going to overwhelm us. But that really didn't happen, did it? I mean, this has been a pretty straightforward thing. It has not overwhelmed the department. It has not been the problems that some thought it might be. Is that correct from your perception?
The stats that we do, as you know, the captain does keep track of that. It is a more of a process that we have to go through. But as you see, there's only 4 qualifying offenders, and ICE did not contact us once. And so that could change this year. We could see some different stats this year. But as of right now, it is very little impact, for sure.
Well, I just want to applaud you both and all your department for the way you're handling this in very tough times coming with the federal changes and everything else. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you very much, and I always appreciate the timeliness and thoroughness of these reports. And usually, you're right, they are a little bit more. There's not as much community response, but I appreciate that we're in a different moment right now as well. So I know that when we met before, you talked about your office's policies, and I'm curious if that is information that's available, or is that internal guidance only?
So we publish this policy on our website, and so
Okay.
everyone understands it, and so everyone can read it, what our immigration policy is, so everyone's up to speed on that.
Okay, and where can people find that?
At HumboldtSheriff.org. You can go also to the county website, and then navigate to the sheriff webpage, and it's on there.
And it is policy 416, so that's what policy number they're going to want to look at under the sheriff's office policy.
Okay, so policy number 416, if anyone wants to view that. And I appreciate what you've said about wanting people to be able to contact law enforcement when they need help, when they're experiencing a crime, in instances of domestic violence, anything like that. So could you explain what information you do gather from people when they're reporting safety concerns to you when they call for help?
So when someone calls for help, number one, when someone calls 911, we want to know their exact location, where they are at any given time. So where do they want to send resources to? So their location is very, very important. Then their name. When we get there on scene, we want to make sure that they're safe. We separate parties, and we talk to each individual. We want to get their name, their date of birth, their phone number, their address, the ability to contact them in the future. That's the important part about that. And then we may ask for additional information like your occupation, where you work, again, more information to help contact someone in the future. Because as people kind of go from place to place, when it's a year or two later when we have to serve a subpoena for a court appearance, we want to make sure that we can get a hold of our witnesses and our victims in this. So those are the kind of information that we're going to ask for. We could ask for a driver's license as well, depending on the contact. But we don't ask for social security numbers. We don't ask for, again, any legal documentation, green cards, immigration, passports, nothing like that.
Okay, and I just have a couple more. Can community members make anonymous reports about a crime?
Absolutely. Someone can always call. We have a tip line, and I don't have that in front of me, but it's on our website. We also have online reporting, so someone can actually go to our website, again, HumboldtSheriff.org, and that they can anonymously report different crimes that occur within the county.
Okay. And then the last question I have for now is I've heard some concerns, actually from other communities, so outside of Humboldt County, that where folks are concerned that people would falsely report on folks that they suspect to be undocumented for other, assert that people are conducting crimes that they are not. I assume that vetting false reports is something that you have to deal with, unfortunately.
So we do get, as far as if someone wants to report an immigration violation, that's not something that we would even respond to.
Sure.
So it's not something that we, document and that kind of, so we urge someone if they're going to contact the federal authorities if that does come our way. But someone does, there are times when someone does a false report. We have those, so we try our best to vet those and but oftentimes we go and we don't know until we get to the location and see that that's not as reported.
Okay. I think the fear is that people may accuse folks of serious crimes as a way of getting them flagged.
Right.
And of course, that's a heinous lie, but I'm just curious how you would keep people's information safe so that until they are found to have until there's evidence.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying there. Again, we don't, the qualifying offenses only occur when someone's been convicted of a crime, not accused of a crime. And so someone may be accused, maybe even initially arrested for a crime, but if they ultimately get released and not charged or not convicted, then they're not in custody in the future for a qualifying offense.
Okay. I certainly hope we wouldn't encounter that, but
No.
It has come up enough in kind of other circles that I wanted to make sure to.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have some questions as well, but I'm going to wait until after public comment. And so at this time, we will go to public comment on Zoom. And if you're going to be commenting in the room, please line up to the back of the room.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 5100. I'm going to unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes. Caller 5100. You can try to press *6 to unmute yourself if it's not working.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being here today, Sheriff Humboldt. I had a question regarding what or if any there are plans for implementing zero tolerance and discrimination when policing, and if there's going to be ensuring accountability if there are violations. I understand today you said that it sounds like your department does not go out and do anything unless there's an actual conviction, but there has been times in the past where there have been incidents of where that has been violated. Is there anything that you are doing or that your department will be doing to ensure that there's accountability for that in the future? And will you be enforcing the sanctuary law here to help ensure that there are not violations and that there's less misinformation being put out there?
So you have a minute and a half left, but we don't take questions from the dais, so you can make your statement, and then we'll come back to the sheriff, and he wishes to answer that, you can. Do you wish to continue?
Yes, I do. The last thing I just will say is that I am a 32-year-old resident here who has been here my entire life, and the state of current events here is really concerning within the world, and I just hope that as we move forward, there is some clear transparency on ensuring that public spaces such as schools and hospitals and things like that will continue to still be places that we shouldn't have to worry about going out of fear if and when anything were to happen federally around here. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. That is all for comment on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll start in the room. Please come forward. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, I number one, want to thank our sheriff for the manner in which he's adhered to what the voters voted for in Measure K and the reports we get, which I've heard every year, a very same consistent report. We're fortunate to have law enforcement with that particular attitude and interpreting things the way the bill. But the biggest thing I really want to thank are the voters who had the foresight to go ahead and pass Measure K in advance. And now we're in a position where we're not scrambling to go ahead and try and come up with something. We have something that works for everybody. And it's very important. I spend half my time down in Mexico now. One of my best friends down there was deported, and he was there for, I think, 13 years, and he got a drunk driving citation. If he'd been in Humboldt County, he would have just served his time or whatever he had to do. But where he was, he actually got sent back to Mexico. And it's very important that these people feel secure here, knowing that we are not going to be that. We're a safe haven for people, and they will be treated fairly. The biggest thing is, for so long, so many people couldn't report their crimes. Some crime committed against them because they were afraid of retribution or something, and that just hasn't happened. The one question I would have to ask the sheriff, if he decides to answer later, is what is the penalty for falsely reporting things? I don't know if that's a misdemeanor or felony, but that's the kind of thing, if those kind of techniques are used, should really be dealt with in a very strong manner. So that's the only question I have for our sheriff. Thank you for having this topic today. It's very important for a lot of people in our community.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Hi, good morning. Please come forward. Good morning. Welcome. You can pull that microphone down. There you go.
Buenos días. Good morning. I'm going to read a letter, but I also want to make an exercise of memory. Sometime this month in 2017, we came with a similar letter.
Hold on. I'm going to stop you just a little bit. If I could have, so the people behind you cannot see Can you go to the side a little bit with your sign? There you go.
Maybe they can
Thank
come
you.
here so everybody can
You're
read.
fine right there. That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to restart your time.
Thank you.
Restart our time, please.
So sometime around this month in 2017, we wrote a letter similar than the one I'm presenting today to request sanctuary. And the letter was refused, was rejected, and the board says no to sanctuary. And that's how we start campaigning. So that's the story behind all our efforts. Today what I'm having is a plan to action. I want to thank the public exercise of the reports and also the statistics and also to dimension those numbers. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Today I have these recommendations to aim to generating trust. I think trust is a word that we have bring together all of us. These are recommendations that we have gathered throughout the years, throughout cities and in different forums. As you know, organizations, because I'm here on behalf of Centro del Pueblo, have become experts in the sanctuary law, not only by writing drafts, but also by exercising it and implementing it. So what we have today is general but also more specific plans. And here is a red card, a very famous red card that every immigrant has in its pocket. I have one, and I have 100 here in my jacket for distribution. So what I want to do is to read these recommendations, and I also want to send a copy. The first point is to reiterate and contextualize the end of any type of collaboration with ICE. Again, making those exercise of memory. Why do we end the collaboration with ICE in this county, and how are we moving forward? Then implement zero tolerance for anti-immigrant discrimination in policing. I think the police violence could still be a sign that is against the Measure K and against the spirit of the sanctuary law. To communicate the implementation of a plan and protocols, I think that's announced in the website, maybe be more intentional, maybe having an access in Hmong, in Spanish, how to protect sensitive areas like the schools. We talk about that in the Human Rights Commission with strong voices from high schoolers. To reaffirm the sanctuary law must be followed, respect, to avoid misinformation, to never say again the law is against us. That's an invitation to don't complain to the law. So I have also exercised, or this plan is inviting to transparency and access to information, inviting to collaborate with Centro del Pueblo in the bilingual hotlines in case of ICE presence here, having Know Your Rights as public policy. This is part of the Know Your Rights campaign. This is part of telling immigrants their rights, and I think that's the spirit of the law too. To evaluate the sanctuary law efforts, we are around the first decade. We need an assessment that integrates not only how the sheriff's office is reporting, but also how the local government is making an effort to implement this law. We brought a tool that is important. Let's implement it now.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next commenter, please.
There's
Hi,
actually three of us.
Hi, welcome. Can you need to talk into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Okay, we are the Humboldt Raging Grannies, and we have, a song, because we do.
Okay.
Wait, we need to get all of us here.
Organized?
Okay.
Okay. For many reasons, families have come here. Let's find a way to help them stay. They're part of us now, they make us stronger. Do not send our neighbors away. Support the immigrants, yes, all the immigrants. We are all one community. We understand that the combination of our cultures creates prosperity. Our parents came here for opportunity to make a home and a better life. Now others come here for security, to escape from hatred and strife. This is my home now, this is my country. It's here I live and here I'll stay. I have a life here and a good future. Do not send my family away. Let's thank the immigrants, yes, all the immigrants, for our hard work has made us great. And in the future, working together, we'll have justice and turn away from hate.
Thank you. Next commenter, please. Also, if we could do this instead of clapping, I would really appreciate it. Just my board rules. Thank you.
Good morning, Rabbi Bob Rottenberg, resident of Arcata, member of the True North Organizing Network, member of the Humboldt Interfaith Fellowship. I want to commend you all and commend the sheriff for what you're doing to protect the people who it's so easy for them to be not protected. Just this morning, I sat in upstairs in a court where I came to be of support for a person who had been arrested for a violation, didn't speak any English, and so on, was treated with such respect and dignity in the court, just as anybody should be. I was at an event a couple of weeks ago with the Board of Education that Centro de Pueblo put on to let the Spanish-speaking members of our community speak to the school officials. And I was transported back about 85, 90 years to a small town in Germany where people of my faith, the Jews, were starting to get rounded up simply for being Jewish and shipped off to concentration camps, many of them, as you probably know, never to be seen again. It really brought tears to my eyes to think that if the community had come together in Germany, in those small towns, the way they did here, perhaps the events of World War II, the events of the Holocaust, perhaps might never have happened. So I really want to commend all of us, all of our law enforcement people, all of our elected officials, for taking the steps to make sure that the people who are our neighbors, who work here, who bring such life to our community, are not treated in the same way that my people were treated 70, 80, 90 years ago. So thank you for all your work. I definitely appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please. Hi, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Beth Herman, and I wanted to thank you all for doing this. And then also, I wanted to suggest that the Sheriff's Department works specifically with Centro del Pueblo. I think that they're kind of cutting edge when it comes to this work. And then I also know nationally, ICE has been going after tribal members as well, particularly the Dene Nation. Several of them have been detained by ICE, and I'm hoping that in this community where we have a lot of tribal nations, we would not give up their information. So I think somehow breaking that system with ICE might not be a bad idea. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Next public comment. So Scott, she commented already. Can she comment again?
She can't comment again because there was an initial commenter, and she took part in her comment as well, but I would say that she can comment again.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Linda Evans. Is this because I sang with the grannies?
I just.
Gee, I could have sat down.
It's government, just making sure. Welcome.
Thank you.
Starter time again, please, Kaylee.
Thank you. I do appreciate the sheriff's report this morning, told with compassion on both of your parts, and a thoroughness and an admission that it really isn't costing what you had anticipated that it would. I know that you had objected to it during the lead up to Measure K, so I'm glad to hear that it's not been a burden to your department in keeping up with the reporting for Measure K. I'm going to kind of take this in a different direction and remember that whatever year it was in Ferguson, Missouri, where a lot of people were getting pulled over, racial profiling, and getting detained for pretty minor offenses, traffic or parking ticket violations, and then they're suddenly incarcerated, and then they can't pay their tickets, so they're kept in jail. And we all know the story and how this led to Black Lives Matter. Is an ugly story. And so I'm saying this out of caution that times are changing with this new administration. People are being treated not fairly in parts of our nation, and our president, our current president, has, clearly stated that he wants any people that, well, his press secretary had said people that are here without documentation are illegal and are, they're criminals because they're not here with documentation. So I'm just offering these thoughts as cautionary notes that our justice system and our law enforcement system not follow the pattern that happened in Ferguson, Missouri, which was racial profiling and detaining people unnecessarily and then having pretty drastic results. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Hello, good morning. This is my first time coming to a meeting. My name is Dr. Brittany Villagran. I am of half white and half Mexican. Going forward, I've had as many, I wasn't prepared to talk, so my voice is a little shaky. Being biracial and white passing is a unique experience because as a doctor, people think I'm initially white, and I have been profiled when I say my last name correctly, Villagran. And I know right now you're doing an amazing job, and I very much appreciate it. I used to be married to a police officer, and so I've had both sides of the spectrum of what people feel about police officers and how people feel about immigrants. And I urge everyone that is white that do not like immigrants. When did your families come here? My mom's side came from Europe. You go to if you go to Ferndale and you look at the cemetery, their headstones are very proud of what countries they came from. Ferndale wouldn't be our Victorian town without immigrants. So I urge people that look white, that look sometimes not to care about immigrants, to stand up, because as a queer person, as a person of half color, when I say something, people tend to ignore. And if you care about people, stand up for us, because if we all can care for each other, that's the only way it's going to get passed. And I hear laughter and I hear little snickering remarks while sitting back there. And they may not be too in negative intent, but how you hear little things is what perception grows stronger for people that are not kind. So I just push that you stand up and you have a backbone. And I hate that my voice is shaky. I'm a strong person, and I just don't do public speaking a lot. Oh, and I know. But I just urge you to do the right thing. And I know you are right now. But used to be married to military police, even the people that were good were complacent when they heard things of their fellow members. They're like, they're just joking around. They're just doing this. I heard one officer at one time say, I'm so excited to do extractions today. That means pulling someone out of the car and hurting them. Why should you be excited? I'm a veterinarian. That's like me going in and being happy to euthanize something. So I urge you, as white cis men, to stand up. And you may not agree with me, but just be a kind person, because otherwise, who are you? Who is your God? Be nice to people. That's it.
Thank you. Hi, come forward, please. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Carolyn. I'm a retired teacher from Humboldt County, but I've also worked up in Auburn. And I taught special education. I was privileged to work with a lot of Hispanic families, especially in Auburn and also in Rio Dell. As a special ed teacher, I had some teachers tell me that they wanted their students in my program because they were dumb as a post. And all it was that they needed their English. So I took them and I taught them English, and then they were fine in school. I'm just saying that there's so much prejudice. I read a quote that's on my refrigerator for years, and it's Abraham Lincoln that said, "I do not like that man. I will have to get to know him better." And so my hope, I'm lucky, I have white skin, but I have friends that are Native American that have been pulled over before because their skin's a little darker, and they were questioned of whether or not they were Mexican, and they were supposed to produce their identification. I think that's going to happen a lot. It already has happened. We know that the current government, the federal government, is frightening most of us. I'm frightened for my kids. One works for a nonprofit. So if I'm frightened as a white woman, and I've seen prejudice, think how our Hispanic and other, nationalities are feeling. I'm really asking you to do whatever you can to keep our law enforcement and the rest of the administrators that are in areas where people are working, it could be schools, it could be hospitals, to try to have enough education to maintain and respect our sanctuary city status. And I don't know what it means when you say, I think you say you're a constitutional person, a constitutional sheriff. I don't know if that means that you're respecting our local ordinances or federal. And so I'm asking you to also teach us what we can do to help. Because if we go to help an immigrant who's being confronted by ICE, it puts ourselves at risk, but many of us are willing to do that. So not in anger, just as a force to reckon. So please just be careful and respect our sanctuary cities and our people.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Next.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? I'm kind of short. Good morning. I am here as a Latina. I am a DACA recipient, and I wanted to ask you all to please look at me. The camera, everyone in this room, please look at me. I am the people who this organized government does not want to help or protect. I am the person that every time negative remarks are made about sanctuary law, who you're limiting their rights to. I am one of many youth members asking you to please expand sanctuary law into Eureka and allow us to feel the same safety I felt when I first arrived here in 2018 to get my education. If there was a very direct path to citizenship that avoid any pain caused to me, I would take it. But it is in my organized government that I want to feel safe in, because the United States government is also a representing body of me. It is my organized government that wants to hurt me, and many others. I want to ask that the sheriff office does work with Centro del Pueblo, that they take the time to spend more time with us and learn about us. I want to thank everyone here for their time, their energy, and their spirit. And if you can find any of that, any time, energy, and spirit to align with us, to sit with us and listen to our stories, please do so. I thank everyone behind me for their comments and their energy. And I just want to say again that at any time that you feel that there are roads, there are barriers, just think of me and want to eliminate them. Not just for me, but for every youth member that counts on you, believes in you, and quite frankly admires you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, Luna!
Hi, come forward, please. Good morning.
Good morning, buenos días. Muchísimas gracias a mi compañera y hermana por hablar aquí por mucha gente. Thank you to my sister, my compañera, for talking for many of us. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Sheriff. And thank you for talking about peace and justice and freedom. We need the visibility of that support more than ever. So I am asking you to visibly support. I mean, Measure K is the law, and like mi compañera said, can we make it in? Can we make Eureka a sanctuary city as well? How do we strengthen the law? How do we see? How does the public see that we have the support of our elected officials and of the sheriff? How do we work together? Like Luna said, spending time in the garden, just getting to know the community a little bit better. We know to do this together for peace and for freedom and justice and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Come forward.
Good morning. My name is David Sanders. I'm a retired teacher. I worked for 35 years on the Hupa and Yurok Reservation. And I just wanted to, first of all, say that I'm heartened by what I'm hearing this morning. I appreciate the support of everybody. I'm glad to hear your comments. I have friends in law enforcement from being a teacher over the years, and I appreciate I just saw one of our friends the other day, and talking to him made me think what a hard job it is to live with that responsibility all the time of having to keep people safe and following the laws. I would like to just say that I don't think I've ever been in person to one of these meetings, so it's interesting to be here. In the past couple days, I've received kind of unprecedented number of messages by phone, on social media, friends, family, former students, parents of students expressing fear about the current climate. I had one student contact me and say, I want to move back to the reservation and living in Arcata. I'm afraid of what's going to happen to my child who's in school. She's Native American. And I've had other people saying, I want to get involved now. What can I do? I see you're going to the Board of Supervisors meeting. So I just wanted to encourage people to realize that this climate is harmful, to the safety and tranquility of our citizens. And to be aware of that and to be understanding of that and to be supportive. And I appreciate what everybody's doing. I know we're all working together to make it a better society for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Hi,
Good morning.
This isn't quite tall enough for me.
It'll catch you.
I got a teacher's voice. I don't need it. So my name's Mary Ann Heitken. I'm the program leader teacher for English Express, a local nonprofit that since 2016 has been offering free English language classes, citizenship classes, and connections to vital resources for Humboldt immigrants. I'm a 36-year teacher and still going strong. I hope to have another 15 to 20 years to go. And I want to thank you. I just feel overall support from everyone here today. And Brenda is one of my sisters here in the community. And when people are talking about support the immigrants, who are they talking about? You're talking about the people that I serve and I've supported for 36 years throughout California. But Humboldt is my home and fifth generation home. And it's such an honor to be here today, thanking you for everything you're doing to collaborate with Centro del Pueblo and their requests today. And just a little reminder, I think all of you know, but maybe some of us in the audience are not so clear, who are these that we're asking for you to help? So how many of us enjoy our state parks, the Oyster Festival, the casinos, child care, clean hospitals, nursing homes and hotels, assisted living, linen and uniform services, local chocolate, beautifully landscaped properties and clean businesses and homes, restocked shelves at our stores. How many of you have dined at a restaurant or food truck owned by immigrants, drunk our local milk or eaten our local ice cream and cheese, used DoorDash, needed tree removal after winter storms, roof repair, auto repair, plumbing, painting, construction, a manicure. And let's not forget those who serve as realtors, educators, administrators, doctors, nurses, and engineers. This is who we're talking about. This is the backbone of Humboldt County. This is our economy. Immigrants are here working, building, caring, and contributing in ways too numerous to share here today. And that's why I stand here before you. Just a reminder that we keep that in front of us at all times. It's only fair that we stand up for those who have done so much for this community. Let's send a clear message in as many languages as possible, and I have plenty of interpreters to share with you. That says we see you, we value you, we respect you, and we will protect you. In our citizenship program, 56 students have become new U.S. citizens, I'm very proud to say. And I have a quote from one of them, Martha from Mexico. She's a former English Express citizenship student, now employed by CR doing childcare.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure you can feel the quote that would have come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else in the room that would like to make public comment on this item? Okay, so we will close public comment, and we're going to come back to the sheriff to see if he wants to answer some of those questions.
Some of the questions that brought up were, what happens when someone violates the policy within the sheriff's office? And so we take all those violations of policy very seriously. We investigate them, and we hold our people accountable for that. It's all a part of our internal affairs investigation team, and there is due process, but we do hold people accountable, and discipline is rendered for those that have violated policy. As far as violations of Measure K, county council can advise. This is, I believe, a civil penalty and not necessarily a criminal act to violate the sanctuary policy. But Scott can probably answer that.
I believe that is the case. We can look into it further and provide confirmation, but it is my understanding that it would be a civil penalty.
Okay, thank you. So I think county council, we could make place a statement out on a press release so that it gets out, or just comment on the board item online.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
So then another question was, what happens when someone files a false police report? What is the penalty for that? And the penalty is a misdemeanor offense. If someone provides false information to a peace officer or files a false police report, that is a misdemeanor that can be investigated, and those people can be held accountable. A report will be written and then sent to the district attorney's office for a request of prosecution. We also track through Racial Identity Profiling Act. It's what we call RIPA data. So every person that we contact, whether it's a detention, whether it's a traffic stop or those kind of things, an arrest, we identify who they are, their gender, the perceived race, the reason for the stop. All that stuff is generated here locally, but it's also sent to the Department of Justice to track. So statewide, every agency now tracks racial profiling. And so you can go to the DOJ website and see, What is the profile of the people that we stop here in the county? We do not stop anyone based upon race. That is not something that's lawful. That's not something that we do. There has to be articulable facts or probable cause to stop every person. If there is a consensual contact, that person is not detained, they do not have to stop and talk to law enforcement. They can simply walk away. But that's from a consensual contact and not a violation of the law. And it's often referred that people say that I profess that I'm a constitutional sheriff. There are people around the country that take platforms about being a constitutional sheriff. I'm a sheriff that follows the law. The Constitution is the law. And so I don't state that a constitutional sheriff, like any sheriff, should be a constitutional sheriff. Follows the Constitution. It doesn't raise the Constitution above our local ordinances or other laws, but we do treat people with dignity and respect. We do follow the Constitution, and we respect that, including civil rights for all.
Thank you. So we'll come back to the board at this time, and Supervisor Wilson has a comment.
Well, just a couple things. One of my job as vice chair was given to me by the chair, which is to clarify a few things every once in a while. So I just wanted to clarify, we're not the body that governs Eureka. So I just want, if there are folks that want to comment about Eureka's policies, please go to the city of Eureka and talk to them about that. So I just want to clarify, just so that if you're in the wrong place, or I think you're all in the right place. But the other thing, excuse me, the waving thing we do as opposed to the clapping, that's a policy that we have in order, because sometimes audiences that we have here have very differing opinions, and so what we try and do is make everybody feel safe in those situations. So that's the purpose for that. It's not an arbitrary thing. I just wanted to clarify that, so for future meetings when you're coming, you can kind of understand the context of why we do this. And the third is that the time we try and make it the same for everybody, and that's why there was a clarifying question, for that, just for that. I want to associate myself with everything that was said here today, and what I want to disassociate is immigration from crime, to the extent that what we keep, you would imagine that because we're talking about law enforcement and immigration, that somehow that that there would be increased crime rates related to immigration. But the data is very clear that for crime and incarceration rates for immigrant populations is significantly less, and in some cases half as much as incarceration and crime rates for people born in the United States. So I just want to be really clear about that. We need to disassociate that somewhat of a negative trope that's being put out there. I just want to be really clear about that. And not to get into the details of deportation policy in general, but there's not a lot of data that shows that mass deportations reduce crime rates. So I want to be really clear about it, just from a data perspective, and that immigration and immigrant communities contribute more than $1.5 trillion to our annual economy. Producers within our as was talked about here, but I just really want to. We're here talking about with the sheriff, around these issues. I just want to make sure that we're very, very clear that we understand that our immigrant communities are not necessarily in essence, actually bring crime rates down, is really what I want to say. That's that we have. If you just look at the data, are there individual issues? Yes, always are, no matter what that is, and we need to address every crime as seriously as we can in terms of the constructs of our laws. But I just want to be really, really clear that gross association that comes from policies and things that kind of external to our community. I want to disassociate myself and this community from those things. And so that's all I want to say. I think I'm glad that folks are here today. As was said before, we've had this annually, this report. Usually nobody comes, and I'm hoping that changes. I hope annually that people see it on our agenda and come and make comment and participate in this process. So that's all I have. I want to thank the sheriff for coming in today. I want to thank everybody for coming in and voicing their legitimate concerns. And I'm hoping that we'll get it. Is this just a file, right? This is a receive and file?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make the motion to receive and file.
I'll second that.
Okay, and then we're going to go back to the sheriff and then come to you.
Real fast, I just want to thank Chair Bushnell for voicing their concerns about this, as well as Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Arroyo, who I met with several weeks ago, talked about the questions that were being generated in the community and what we could do about it. After consulting with the captain, we believe that the public meeting and pushing this meeting forward, usually we have this mid-year, and so pushing this meeting forward and getting it on at this soon as we could was very valuable, and I think it's very good for the community that we did this. So thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I have a couple more that were questions that came up in response to what I'd heard. But I want to start actually by pointing out that Measure K, the full ordinance about it is available on our website. And there have been subsequent Measure Ks because every year, every time, or every election, they all get letters signed to them. So if you look at, if you do a search for Sanctuary Ordinance Measure K Humboldt is my suggestion on how to do that. It does talk about restrictions on all county agencies, so this is our only mandated report, but it also specifies that no county employee, unless they have a reason to be asking, and it kind of goes through some of that, shall inquire or investigate into a person's immigration status. So this pertains to the whole county and all of our personnel. And it also specifies that there's not cooperation with federal authorities unless required by law. And there's some provisions for that. That no county employee shall assist directly or indirectly in the detention of anyone based on immigration status. So there's a lot of detail about, for all different reasons why people would be contacting or interacting with the county, that there's not that we will not inquire into it even. So it's pretty broad, and I would encourage folks to read it. There's also provisions related to the welfare of children, and I know that that's a big concern right now is, people's fears about family separation. So there's some information in there that is also helpful. And I want to thank you for moving this up. So I know that this is a time when people might want more information rather than less about this matter. So I'd also like to see if we would consider during this kind of unique moment in time, perhaps doing this more frequently. I know that there's a minimum requirement, but it doesn't prevent us from having perhaps, I apologize, is it once or twice per year currently? Twice.
Twice.
Okay.
Pursuant to Measure K.
Thank you. So it could be something that we consider doing like quarterly for a period of time, something along those lines, so that people feel they have the information more regularly. I know that it requires some work on your part, though, so we can maybe talk about that after this. I also wanted to ask, since someone brought up in public comment, and a couple people mentioned in correspondence in advance of this meeting, the Know Your Rights information, could you speak to how you apprise people of their rights, and in what circumstances you do that, and then any language interpretation or translation.
Sure. So whenever we have anyone that's under arrest and we want to interrogate them, we provide them their Miranda rights. You've seen it on TV and that kind of thing. But what makes this unique is when someone's in custody and they want to be interrogated or questioned by ICE, there is a policy and procedure that's in place as far as notification, like the captain to go over that procedure and what we do and the forms that we provide. So.
Sure. So there's 3 different forms that are provided when we receive these administrative detainers, and those are pursuant to statute and the law and compliant with Measure K. If we receive an administrative detainer, we provide the individual that is subject to that detainer both a copy of the detainer and a form that says whether or not we would comply with the detainer. And the detainer is usually a request to hold them till midnight on their day of release, and some other things. So we clearly don't honor that. If they do have a qualifying conviction, meaning in the past, not their current incarceration, but in the past they were convicted of a serious violent crime that the government code allows, then we do have the ability to transfer them to ICE, like I said initially, upon their release. We can't hold them longer than release. We can't prevent any form of release. So that's kind of the first form they get that explains that to them, and also provides them, myself and Sergeant Mindy Buru, as contacts to be able to go over it with them, so if they have any questions. If by chance ICE requests an interview, which I believe it's been several years since that's occurred, we're required by law to provide them a form saying that it's an ICE interview rights form. There's a section on the top where it has several different languages that they can check that box if they need that form in a different language. We will in turn provide it in that language. And it basically tells them what their rights are, that this is voluntary, they have a right to refuse, they have a right to have an attorney or designee present, essentially what their rights are to cooperate or not cooperate with that interview. And then the last form we're required to provide them is their notification of a release date. So if ICE were to call and we were to provide the release date because it's public information, we would provide a notification that we did give ICE their release date. At the time that we give them their notification that they have an administrative detainer, we also allow them to provide us an attorney or a designee's contact information, so someone working on their behalf, that we will also provide all these forms to that I just mentioned, so someone that's working on their behalf is done. But like I said, we have not given ICE a release date and or had them interview someone in at least the past 3 years. So it just isn't happening. And I just wanted to bring up 2 more things to close some of the other things. The one that we do annually that we report out typically in January or February, we're required to do a 30-day public notice. So there is a public notice that goes out in local media that the clerk puts out for me that lets the general public know that this meeting is going to occur. So again, I encourage people to be here at it. The second one that we do after the mid-year, we're not required to do that, but if the board chooses, we could do it as a public hearing instead of just on the consent calendar to receive that report. So, and then I'm certainly open. We keep this data up at all times, so we could provide this data at whatever time the board chose. And the last thing, just to kind of alleviate some of the public concern, I know the new administration has not been in office that long, but just to put it in perspective, so far in 2025, we have received 0 ICE administrative detainers. So we have not received any communication or anything from ICE so far this year.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just had one more. It's more of a statement. So we have been, I know I have been asked to help provide information about individuals' rights when interacting with federal law enforcement. And I will just say I have concerns and questions about what my role is with respect to giving people advice on how to deal with federal powers that be. That to me verges into the area of potentially giving, I don't want to say legal advice, but direction that I don't feel equipped to give. So this is in the course of your duties, you provide people with information about their rights with respect to county law enforcement and the actions that you're taking in relation to them. But would you say that the county's role is not to give advice when it comes to interactions with other outside agencies? Or, I mean, the community groups can do that, but
Yes.
What's your take on that?
Yeah, I believe so. I think there's organizations like Centro de Pueblo or ACLU that provides plenty of opportunities for people to understand their rights and what they should do or can do. So I think there's plenty of other jurisdictions that are out there that can help with that.
Thanks, and I plan to continue lifting up those as resources to people, but I think it makes sense for us as officials to not, if people get information from an official and they don't necessarily distinguish between levels of government or types of government, I personally don't want to be culpable for that. So I'm saying that kind of to you and to the audience that's here today.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for doing this report today, moving it up. I had called you and said, hey, I want to bring this item, and you're like, wait, because this is much more detailed. During that time, I had gotten a bunch of phone calls about ICE in Humboldt County, supposedly at Costco and Winco, and you had said, well, we wouldn't know because they don't contact us. And could you explain that just a little bit? Because people are a little confused why they wouldn't reach out to local law enforcement.
Yeah, well, since SB 54 is in place and, we're a sanctuary county, we don't communicate with ICE. And so they do not have, there's nothing under the federal law that says that they have to notify federal jurisdictions do not have to notify local jurisdictions if they come in and do any kind of enforcement action. We would like them to do that, but it's the same with FBI, same with DEA. They can come in and serve a search warrant and not contact us. I think that's bad policy to do that, because if something does go wrong in those situations, they're going to need local support to go and try and help with the situation. Or when someone shows up, with law enforcement patches serving a search warrant and we don't know who they are, we're going to be kind of curious about who that is. So we would encourage them to contact us, but they do not have to. And so communication essentially was broken off. There's, in the past they did, when back in probably 2017, 2018, they did communicate with us and did speak with us regarding enforcement action. But again, it's been years since they've been up here in Humboldt County, years.
Thank you. I really appreciate, too, that you recognize that with the new administration coming in, and that has brought in a lot of fear around just fear in general, that you recognize that you haven't been reached out by ICE so far. And so, that I hope can calm people a little bit, just to know that there was a lot of rumors that have gone around, and it instills a lot of fear in people. And our jobs are to help inform people and to make them feel more comfortable. Not that we can go against the federal government, but to give you that information, was ICE at Costco? Was ICE at Winco? Were they rounding people up? And, that got put in the papers and really instilled a lot of fear in people, and that's not what we want, but we want people to be cautious and to be able to give them that information. So once again, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I think Supervisor Madrone has another comment.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've given a lot of thanks to you, Sheriff, today, and rightfully so. I also want to thank Captain Christensen, and you oversee the correctional facility, is that correct? Mm-hmm. I just want to thank you and all of the correctional officers and help that comes in for retraining and other things that we do in partnership. I really want to applaud your efforts there, as well as all the Humboldt County deputy sheriffs for their compassion and the accountability, to our community that you talked a lot about here today. So just want to be sure that we thank you as well, and all of the staff that helped pull this off. And to the community, we see you, we hear you. Thank you for being here today and sharing your concerns, your suggestions, and really, really proud of this community for how we're handling some tough stuff. So thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
And English Express, I really appreciate you and what you've done. I got the opportunity to do an auction for you years ago, and it was a great crowd and a fun crowd. But I think if anything is taken out of today is nobody came up here and complained about our local law enforcement. They didn't say they had an incident. When that incident happened in early January, I called Sheriff Hansel, called the manager at Winco, and he says, we just got through with our morning meeting with everybody, and not a thing was mentioned. They have cameras in the parking lot. Nothing was noticed. So it was a rumor mill happening, and I put a disclaimer out, and I know everybody tried to get disclaimers out. It all boils down to, we can all point fingers, but there has been many opportunities for many administrations to do immigration reform, and it hasn't happened. We've kicked that can so many aspects, and I'm not saying what it looks like, don't know what it looks like, but it's never happened. So what we have is we hear about Missouri's doing this, we hear about this, and our focus, needs to be statewide, nationally, but our main focus has to be on Humboldt County. And if you would look, I go out on patrol on a somewhat frequent basis every New Year's. But I go out on patrol, and I've never seen an interaction where they asked immigration, where they asked any of the questions I've never seen it. 3 of the times it might have been because I was with Hispanic officers, which we have a wide variety of. And thank you to Captain Christensen, a large amount of our jail is coming out of the Central Valley. And if you've ever been to a badge pinning, there's, a few people show up, family shows up, especially locally. We have people from Modesto with bringing 20 family members up because they're proud of their families making this step. So we were DEI long before DEI became a thing. And I appreciate Michael, Sheriff Downey, Sheriff Hansel, Dwayne, Marco Luna, who has made many of those trips and is related to. So that's the main thing I've seen here. And it gives everybody today an opportunity to speak. But I see goose eggs where anything comes into play. Nobody's coming up here. We don't have an issue except falsehoods. And I know a lot of our Hispanic community, because I can tell you that morning I got phone calls from a cross-section of employers wanting to know what's going on. And I think English Express, thank you again, she hit most of them. And it was an issue that had to be addressed. But it was an issue that, it was a little fire that was put out quick because we weren't doing any of those things. Our sheriff is following the guidelines. And as far as when this passed in 1918, when this passed, we take numbers. We didn't know what it would take. Were we trying to falsehoods? No, we don't know. I mean, we have stuff. We put out construction items on a daily basis. One today, it was 30% over its original bid. So we miss a lot. We missed. But we have to be, it's better to miss on the high side than be messed up. So I want to thank the sheriff, much like Supervisor Madrone said, they're doing their job. And there is enough of a cross-section of people that imperils them to do the job. So I really appreciate how this is moving forward, how Measure K is working out, and the attitude and the mindset of the jail under Captain Christensen and then under our sheriffs and the undersheriff, the job they are doing, letting the deputies know this is what Humboldt stands for. So as we move forward, hopefully we can keep this up.
Thank you. I want to recognize in the room that whether, obviously ICE didn't come when it was reported, but fear is still a real thing. And that's where the panic happens and the rumor mills, as we say, happen, is because people are fearful, and that's real. And that's an uncomfortable place to be in. And so I don't want to discount that feeling in the room and recognize it. And even though that incident wasn't documented, it wasn't real, and I mean, not that we're aware of, I do want to recognize the fear that we've heard today, and I think the the Sheriff's Department for responding to that and answering the questions. So I'm going to close this public hearing unless Sheriff has something else to say. So we're going to close the public hearing and then ask Kaylee for a vote, please.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes, please.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So we're going to jump around a little bit, and the reason being is that this is coming to us from the clerk of the board. Human Rights Commission asked for a letter to come forward, and it is around this topic as well, so we're trying to put it all in the same sequence. So Tracy, clerk of our board, welcome.
Hi, good morning. So this item comes from the clerk of the board's office because we act as the liaison for the many boards and commissions that you all appoint to. I was reached out to by the Human Rights Commission, and they wanted to bring forward today a letter of support, or more generally defined as a statement of support from the Human Rights Commission and their many active agencies that are involved with them. So at this point, I would just like to invite the chair, Jim Glover, up to the staff table, and he can elaborate a little bit more on this topic for you all.
Thank you. Is Jim in the room still?
He's right here.
Oh. Good morning, Jim. You're welcome to sit there if you would like. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. On the arm. There you go. Okay.
It's my first time at the table.
So I'm going to have you read your letter, but I do want, if you could inform us where this letter will, what its intent is, where it will be going, kind of a little bit of background.
Sure. The intent of the letter, which can serve as a base of anything you might wish to sign on to, the basis of the letter is to inform the community of all the organizations in Humboldt County that are supportive of all of our residents. That's the basis of it. We intend to circulate the final draft or the final copy to the news media to try to get as much publicity about it as possible after the fact. I do want to state that the Measure K sanctuary ordinance has been in effect for quite some time. In the 6 years that it has been in force, the Human Rights Commission never had a complaint issued to it, which is unfortunate because I don't doubt that there were opportunities when it should have happened. We also never had a meeting like our January 16th meeting where we had a room full of constituents, and some of you were there as well, and we appreciate that very much. And we had our largest Zoom audience ever. Over 70 people were in attendance at that meeting, which might rival the meeting we're having here today. But it shows the level of concern. And it's not just for Hispanic families, but for all residents of the county. So, having said all that, I propose that you consider this language, and we hope that we can have your support. It goes as follows. We, the undersigned, write to express the climate of concern within our community. Many residents have expressed deep apprehension about the hateful rhetoric and the growing divide between currently evidenced across our nation, concerns that we fully share. We seek to assure our community that we will continue to stand firmly in support of our family members, friends, co-workers, and neighbors, no matter where they are from, what language they speak, who they love, how they worship, or how they vote. As local government and community leaders, we specifically and unequivocally reaffirm our commitment to supporting all residents in our community. A relationship of trust between individuals and local agencies, including law enforcement and first responders, schools, hospitals, and service organizations, is essential to carrying out the basic functions of our community and assuring that all residents feel safe and healthy and have access to the resources necessary to help make our community a safer and healthier place for all. We will ensure transparency on all immigration enforcement action conducted within our community. We acknowledge that trust cannot be cultivated or maintained when our local agencies cooperate with ICE. We commit to taking all necessary steps to ensure that this trust remains intact and that the undersigned agencies and elected officials within the County of Humboldt make every effort to safeguard justice and equity for everyone. We stand prepared to assert and defend these commitments, including through multiple layers of legal and policy protections already in place at the local and state levels. California Values Act SB 54. This act prohibits state and local police from using funds or personnel to support immigration enforcement. This includes preventing police from asking about an individual's immigration status, sharing a person's personal information with immigration authorities, or arresting anyone only for having a deportation order or most other immigration violations. The Truth Act, AB 2792, ensures transparency and oversight regarding local law enforcement's communication with federal immigration authorities. The Trust Act, AB 4, limits the circumstances under which local law enforcement can detain individuals on behalf of federal immigration authorities. California Education Code prohibits schools from adopting policies or practices that discriminate against or hinder access to school services based on immigration status, and restricts schools from collecting or sharing information about immigration status. Whatever the future holds, we are resilient and ready to meet any challenges presented to our community. We, the undersigned agencies and elected officials within Humboldt County, remain committed to ensuring that our county is a place where all individuals are valued for their unique contributions and where every resident can live without fear. If you have yet to voice your support for this statement, please join us by contacting your Board of Supervisors, County Sheriff, and your District Attorney. I would like to add one thing additional that I forgot at the beginning.
Yes, please.
County Council has indicated to us that the public hearing information that you just received is to be shared with the Human Rights Commission. In 6 years, this is the first time we've ever been included in that discussion. So that should be something that is taken care of.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm going to go to public comment first before I come to the board, and so we'll hear public comment on Zoom.
I don't have any.
Okay, so we're going to hear public comment in the room. Please come forward. It's still a good morning.
Good morning. Hello again, Linda Evans. I want to say my gratitude to the Human Rights Commission for developing this statement, and I hope that it's broadly made available to the public. It's important to go as a clear statement from the Board of Supervisors to the community about how strongly we feel that all are included and represented in this place, in this space, that no matter where someone may have been born, if they're living here, they're part of our family, they're part of our community, and we welcome them. So I appreciate you doing this. And just to let you know, something similar is happening in Sonoma County and other counties too, where they're embracing and making public statements about how immigrants are very much a vital part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
I'm Bird Lochte, and I'm here for two reasons. First of all, I am a member of the Human Rights Commission, and I'm here to support the request from the Human Rights Commission for your signature on this letter. Secondly, I'm here representing the League of Women Voters. Our president, Julie Kelly, was here earlier this morning but had to go because she had appointments with her profession. So I am here to say that the League of Women Voters of Humboldt County has already signed this letter, and I have a copy, a signed letter for you to have. And the League of Women Voters Board was very, very clear about wanting to support this and hoping that many other groups in the county, as well as the Board of Supervisors, will sign this. So thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to leave that letter with our council here, it will get circulated to us. Thank you. Morning, Marianne.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Hansen, First 5 Humboldt. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. It's been a packed morning. The letter from the Human Rights Commission and its intent is completely aligned with First 5 Humboldt's strategic plan, our purpose, and our vision. And staff will be presenting the letter at our next First 5 Humboldt Commission meeting for their consideration. As your board knows, First 5 Humboldt has been an advocate for our community's youngest children and families for a long time. We've also worked to raise awareness around adverse childhood experiences and toxic stress and their impact on children's health. The current federal actions around immigration and equity are raising levels of fear and stress in our community for our local families that will have lifelong impacts if those buffers for stress are not there. And some of the most powerful buffers for families and children can be community caring, networks that support them, and parents who can be there and fully present and not impacted by stress to a toxic level themselves. So it's completely within our vision, right, to reduce stress on families, which is why this letter is so aligned. So as Supervisor Bohn mentioned earlier, the actions of county departments matter, but also the statements that agencies make and then follow through with actions matter. And so I'm just here to express how aligned this is with First 5 Humboldt's mission and vision. So thank you very much for your consideration of the letter.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, come forward.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ellen. I live here in Eureka. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer. I'm a professional. And first of all, I want to let you know I was on the phone earlier, and folks, there's a ton of people on the phone, and they're not able to make a comment. We couldn't figure out how to press the buttons, and we weren't called on. So I just want to let you know that. You have a lot of more comments. They were mostly here for the earlier item, but I'm sure they'd like to speak now. And if they had been able to speak, you would have heard a lot of complaints about local law enforcement wrecks. A couple of speakers that did get to speak here mentioned some examples from other parts of the country, but this is a widespread systemic national problem. Okay, the data does not support a fair and just justice system. This idea that only criminals will be picked up is absurd. Only criminals, that assumes that we have a fair justice system. That assumes that there is not a disproportionate impact on Black and brown and immigrant communities in the justice system. And it happens here in Humboldt, and it happens everywhere in the country. I do support this letter. I appreciate seeing it. I think that some of you are a little naive about the reality that your constituents are living. People do not trust law enforcement in this county, in this city. Your students do not trust them. They just got beaten last spring by your law enforcement. Okay? This idea that we can just trust what Sheriff Hansall says is absurd. Absurd. And you all need to understand that. You had some very nice, eloquent speakers here, and I'm here to share this emotion that was not expressed by any of them, and that will be expressed if you let folks on the phone talk. We weren't able to get into Zoom. The Zoom wasn't working. Okay, you have a lot of people on the phone who want to share their thoughts with you, so please figure that out. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to make public comment? Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I just want to take the opportunity, even though I didn't come with anything prepared, to support with this letter and all of the work that we can do to create solidarity and safety for everyone and observance of our collapsing ecosystems, all of which come by the military-industrial media complex that is currently carrying out an ongoing, despite what is called a ceasefire, genocide. Not an 80-year-old Holocaust, a current one that we're funding, that we're paying for, that are also under executive orders to target the people who are standing up with Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, all of the human rights organizations, Lemkin Institute. There's the Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières. Over and over and over again, you can look and see people saying Palestinians are being murdered, massacred, an industrial scale of children. My children are Palestinian, and they're in this local community facing racism, anti-Palestinian racism, and threats of violence by Zionists almost every time they're out. Zionism means segregation. Just like segregationists were called segregationists for a reason, Zionism is white supremacist, settler colonialism, and it is violent. Please stand up for the targeted communities, including migrants of all backgrounds and including children of all backgrounds, and build anti-Palestinian racist, vocabulary and literacy, along with standing with our immigrant communities that are from Latinx communities. We need all of society to be standing up against violent carceral systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello
That's okay.
Again, Dr. Brittany Villagran. Just going over what they both said is that we need to care about everyone, because why? I'm very happy for everybody that's protesting right now for immigration, but we need to stand up for Palestine, and we need to stand up for all of them, because how do you expect the community to stand with you when you didn't stand up for them? Mimicking, though, I lost my train of thought,
So we're going to bring it back to this letter that is
totally
the agenda item. Thank you.
I will hold off on that.
No, go ahead. But
no, it's okay.
Please talk. Yeah, just wrap it into the letter.
That's fine then. I'll hold off because I wasn't preparing, so I don't want to waste anybody's time. But next time, then I'll come and then we'll talk again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, good morning.
Hola, buenos días. Hello, good morning. Soy Graciela Leal. I also want to show my support for this letter, for support of the immigrants in our community that are showing fear. I'm in contact with with the community here, and a lot of them are afraid to come out of their homes, to go drop off their kids at school, to go to their doctor's appointments, to go to work, and they shouldn't live in that fear. They have a right to exist, to be in their public spaces, to be in the schools with us. So I wholeheartedly support this for our immigrant community. I hope this also aligns to support immigrants of all backgrounds. I want to also speak about the Arabic community and Palestinian community here. They also need our support, and as a Latina, I'm also extending that support for them. They're often set aside and criminalized for being Palestinian, for being Arabic, for called terrorists, for the propaganda that has been constantly going on here in America to criminalize them, just to continue the wars in their countries. So I also want them to feel safe here, here in Humboldt County. I often see very progressive people here in Humboldt County, but I haven't seen that support for the Arabic community. the Arabic immigrants. So if you can please open your hearts too and show your support for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We did check our Zoom, whether it was working or not, and we're able to get in and raise our hands, and I have been watching as well. We had one hand raised and made a comment on the last item, and zero hands on this item, but I will. So there are Zoom, I'm going to reopen the Zoom and allow public comment. However, this item is not the last item. This is on recognition of this letter from the Human Rights Commission. So please stay on the agenda item when you are making public comment. So Kaylee, if we could open that back up.
Yes, Chair. Caller 9315, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'd like to make a comment on behalf of my partner and myself. We are U.S. citizens and established residents of Humboldt County. Last month, dozens of community members showed up at the Human Rights Commission Sanctuary Ordinance Standing Committee meeting. They came in fear of what their futures may hold. It's likely that many more were too afraid to show up at all. These included asylum seekers, those whose legal status was just revoked by the Trump administration, as well as others with complex documentation situations, including DACA, TPS, parole, etc. These are people who have made their lives here in Humboldt, working, raising families, going to school, and contributing to our community and local economy in countless ways. If they were suddenly deported, our community and economy would suffer, and we would all be the worse for it. Our question is, what will we, those with the powers, privileges, and responsibilities of citizenship, do to protect these community members and their families from having their lives further upended by possible detention and deportation? As you are aware, Humboldt residents voted to approve the Humboldt County Sanctuary Ordinance in 2018, and I am getting to the letter, in order to protect immigrant members of our community during a time when threats against immigrants were on the rise. Today, such threats are even stronger, with roundups and mass deportations that violate not only the due process rights, but also the human and civil rights of our neighbors, a real and increasingly likely possibility. It is therefore imperative at this time that we recommit ourselves to the sanctuary county protections that were established in 2018, to come together as a community to protect those who are under threat and not to be cowed by the hateful rhetoric of the Trump-Vance administration or by fear of how they might retaliate. When communities band together, we have the power to face down racism and hatred and to protect the members of our local community. But in order to do so, we must stand together and stand up for our values. We appreciate the efforts and intentions of the Human Rights Commission in drafting a letter of support for all Humboldt County community members and favor the letter's adoption by the board as a starting point. But it is just that, a starting point. We therefore request that it be amended and to add reference to the legal protections of Measure K, and that District Attorney Eads and Sheriff Hunsel be asked to sign the letter affirming their commitment to proactively and aggressively enforce the legal protections provided by state law and by Measure K. We also urge that more specific actions to bolster these protections be identified and included in the letter. Specifically, we urge the board to allocate funds and staff time to research and implement specific legal actions to ensure the protection of our immigrant neighbors during these threatening times. Finally, we urge the board to draft directives to provide Humboldt County hospitals, schools, and places of worship with specific guidance regarding their legal responsibility to maintain the confidentiality of the immigration status of their patients, students, and congregants so that everyone in our community is safe.
Thank you. I'm sorry, 3 minutes goes fast.
Caller 9036, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
There is no agenda for this meeting posted on the county website. I've looked up, down, and sideways for it. It is not there. You have to go to Lost Coast App.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have comment about the letter that the agenda item we're talking about?
I do have comment about the agenda item we're talking about. However, I'd like to point out that you're currently in violation of the Brown Act and that your IT team needs to get
Allison, if you have
this
comment
year's
about
meeting
this
on
item,
the
please do so.
calendar. I think that right now in Eureka, they're talking about putting in flock cameras, and flock cameras are going to be a risk to everyone in the county, including those who we're trying to protect with Measure K. And that information is not going to be protected. Once the information is recorded, it's not protectable. So I think the sheriff needs to take a stand on this and protect everyone in the county by saying no to mass surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I think we have one more. Two more.
Caller 0932, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I appreciate this opportunity to offer comment and to offer a public comment online. My name is Layla Roberts. I'm a resident of Humboldt Hills. I've been a supporter of Centro del Pueblo since before they were founded. And I want to offer appreciation for this letter from the Human Rights Commission with an additional caveat. With respect for those who are afraid and those who are trying to allay fears, I think that we are at a point of crisis. If we take a look at the expected pressure to increase from the feds and from ICE, I think that we could be seeing circumstances in our remote and rural regions that we have not seen before. And I don't think that the sanctuary ordinance is sufficient to protect our neighbors. So I want to point out the ways in which the HRC letter enumerated all of the ordinances and regulations, state and local, that do protect us. And I do want to underline that there is a lot of reason, excuse me, very cold here, a lot of reason to expand our attention to make sure that protections for immigrant adults and children, regardless of their documentation status, extend to workplaces, schools, places of worship, hospitals, and more. And I want to underline that there's enormous benefit in working directly with Centro del Pueblo to develop those strategies. Our sanctuary ordinance is a place of beginning, but not where we need to end, because attacks on immigrants in our community are an enormous distraction. We don't need this. We have actual work to do. So let's protect ourselves, let's protect our neighbors in every place that they work and appear all together. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Caller 8246, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. One, I just wanted to, before my time begins, that I tried going through the Zoom, but it's prompting me for a password ID, and that password, I do not see where that's available. So I'm sure that's what many of the other callers are struggling with. I'm going to begin now, if that's cool. Okay. Hay una cosa que dijeron los policías que sí tienen razón, y eso es que la administración de Biden e igual la administración de Trump, los dos son iguales, no protegen a las comunidades inmigrantes. Y eso lo podemos ver aquí con la corrupción del gobierno local. Por ejemplo, la brutalidad de los policías contra los estudiantes de Cal Poly Humboldt, la violencia de los policías contra nuestra comunidad palestina, nuestra comunidad árabe, nuestra comunidad trans, nuestra comunidad indígena, ¿verdad? Entonces necesitamos que apoyar más tenemos que apoyar a todas nuestras comunidades que han sido golpeadas por nuestro gobierno, porque nosotros reconocemos que nos dicen estas palabras bonitas, pero no tienen verdad. Los policías y el gobierno local no temen a Dios. Entonces, necesitamos que reconocer que el sistema no nos sirve. Entonces tenemos que apoyar a nuestras comunidades locales como el Centro del Pueblo, como a Humboldt Palestina, como a la Haciendita, como al Padua Community Garden. Tenemos que apoyar a estas organizaciones locales que sí nos ayudan. A cabo, el gobierno claramente solamente nos ataca, ¿verdad? Just to translate to y'all, I'm just calling y'all out on your corruption. Y'all know how y'all treat Palestinian communities. Y'all know how y'all treat the Latina community. You know, let's undam the eel. Let's undam the Klamath all the way, right? Let's acknowledge that the Arcata Plaza used to be a trading block for indigenous slaves, right? And y'all that have lived here for a long time, white people, y'all are their descendants, okay? So stop being so comfortable being slave masters. Thank you, love.
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. A couple things. If you're looking for the agenda online, you have to move the calendar from 24 to 25, and it'll pop right up. I have confirmed that it is there, so the agenda is available. Second thing is, when it asks you for a password, bypass that by hitting the pound sign, which it does say when you first get there. You don't have to have a password to get into the Zoom. Just hit the pound sign. It'll move you forward. So make sure that when you're trying to get on to make public comment or to Zoom in the meeting, that you read the item that tells you how to get in there. Okay, so we did confirm it has been up this entire time and working. Make sure you just reference back to the instructions at the beginning of the agenda. So we're going to close public comment, and we will come back to the board. And Supervisor Wilson has a comment.
Yeah, here I am being the stickler for process again. I'm just trying to figure out, and this is maybe a question for Jim. Who was this letter? The way it's written right now, it's like kind of written to us a little bit. So, and you're asking us to sign on to a letter. Is it who's it to? Who's this addressed to? And I'm just trying to figure out that part.
We envision this as a statement to the public.
A statement
from you and other organizations and individuals.
Okay. So
about what the county of Humboldt should be like.
Okay, so this could be just in the form of a statement as opposed to a letter.
Correct.
Thank you. I was a little confused. I was trying to figure that out. Like, who are we addressing this to? So we could vote to have our own just statement of appreciation and concurrence. Would that work? I'm trying to figure out, like, is there? Usually when we have a sign-on letter, like when we're doing sign-on letters, I'm just saying it's like there's a letter and it's to something and everyone signed on to the letter. I'm just trying to figure out how we do that.
Well, I would be speaking only for myself at this point, but I would think that if you wanted to modify the letter or create your own,
right,
that would be something the Human Rights Commission would have to consider after the fact.
Okay. For whatever it's worth, I want us to figure that out. I concur and appreciate everything that's in the letter. I'm in. So I just want to full stop. But I just want process-wise trying to figure out because I'm a nerd that way. The second part about this is I wanted to Marianne Hansen brought up something I think is pretty important is the stress level. It's not just around this issue, which is really big in this community. We're having stress levels around environmental concerns and the changes that are happening in the administration. We're having stress levels. It just goes down the gamut. And then employment, federal agencies, and then whether or not it's funding streams, and now international aid. It's like causing stress in so many different ways. And I just want to say that this administration, in its last iteration, was really the first time we've had some significant decrease in life expectancy. And so it is I just openly questioning the general value of these policies or the implementation thereof in terms of like this community and communities across our nation. That being said, I'm supportive of this language. I just want to hear from other supervisors how we might get it into that space, and I can tell Supervisor Arroyo has really got a good idea on this one, so I'm going to.
So I am actually going to make a comment first. I also, Jim, you and I spoke with this morning. Thank you for the conversation, and thank you to the Human Rights Commission for this letter. There are some things, first of all, this really is it seems a letter from Human Rights Commission to us, as you have authored it. And that's okay, except for you're not signed on to it. So possibly, maybe you would want to, if that's the intent. And I do hear the intent that you want it to come from our board to the community, and for them to sign on, which I think Supervisor Wilson has really referenced well, that it would be more of a statement that we would do instead of a letter format like this. With that being said, they're just, and I support this letter and content, except for I want the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement to sign on to it, as you have stated on the bottom. And so I do question just, we acknowledge the trust that can't be cultivated or maintained when our local agencies cooperate with ICE. And I wouldn't want, the intent is to get law enforcement to sign on or acknowledge this letter as well. And so maybe maybe we could rethink that one item, that one sentence, so that they could or feel comfortable signing on. And then also at the bottom where it says, for this statement, please join us in contacting the Board of Supervisors, County Sheriff, and District Attorney. So if the intent is for Humboldt County to sign on, maybe we should change that to, there's a lot of boards and like Eureka City Council, for so forth and so on. And County Sheriff is not the only law enforcement in this county, so maybe we'd want to put in law enforcement there instead of County Sheriff if we want the intent is for multiple agencies to sign on. Just my thoughts at this time, and I'm going to go to Supervisor Arroyo now.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the public commenter who spoke primarily in Spanish. I heard a very different thing in Spanish than in English. Certainly that person's right to say so, just for those who were wondering. There was a lot more, anyway, that was said in Spanish, but I think they ran out of time to translate it fully. The letter, I kind of have a different tack on this. I think it's only the last sentence that I found a little confusing or makes it sound like it's not from us. But it's inviting people to, I read this as an affirmation of all of the things that are in place and our values and why we understand the community's deep concerns around this, and an invitation to let us know if you agree as the last sentence. But that said, I agree that with the essence of this letter, that we, the undersigned, our understanding of the concerns, will stand firmly for our community, and we will uphold these state and local policy protections. The only thing is, like, we are not in charge of the school, for example. So it's saying these are things in place that we affirm our support for. That said, we are not in the position to implement policies surrounding schools. So I think this is a statement of support rather than something that we have direct control over. And likewise, we aren't the day-to-day practitioners of the actions of the Sheriff's Department, so or district attorney. So I agree that it would be great to have, and many other counties around the state have done this, where multiple elected officials who are responsible for multiple aspects of supporting the community have signed on to similar letters. We've seen that throughout the state. So I personally don't have an issue with this. I think I would only like to acknowledge that there are things in here that we say we will uphold that we have no direct influence over, like the school board's decisions or the decisions that schools make in particular. So that said, I don't necessarily want to not pass it because of the fact that it's more comprehensive than we have control over, but I want to make sure that that's clear.
Anybody else? Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments that have been made. I think getting rid of the last sentence is appropriate. That seems pretty straightforward and simple. I mean, really all it says about schools is a relationship of trust between individuals and local agencies, including law enforcement, first responders, schools, hospitals, and service organizations, is essential to carrying out the basic functions of our community and assuring that all residents feel safe and healthy, etc. So I frankly don't have a problem with the rest of the letter if we just got rid of the last sentence, because I really think basically what it's saying is that we're signing on to what it says here. That's, I think, what you're asking. I'm supportive of that, and I would make a motion to sign on to this letter with that change of removing the last sentence and authorize the chair to sign the letter.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Can I make one clarifying comment?
And I also would like to make a clarifying comment. Go ahead.
Okay. I did just want to point out that the part about schools was under the California Education Code portion, not bullet about, so it's saying we stand prepared to assert and defend these commitments, and then it says prohibiting schools from adopting policies or practices. So we just can't prohibit schools from, independently elected school boards from taking actions related to their schools. That's all.
So I also, I think that California Education Code portion should come out or be modified. And then also I would like, with the motion maker, did we get a second?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to, we acknowledge that the trust can't be cultivated or maintained when our local agencies cooperate with ICE. And I think, would the motion maker be okay with removing that portion?
I think we could remove that sentence and also the California Education Code part as was mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
That would be agreeable.
Is that agreeable to the seconder?
I don't necessarily agree with the removal of the sentence about ICE. That's the crux of Measure K and our sanctuary ordinance. So I think that.
So our local, I think our local agencies.
We could say our county.
I would be okay with county instead of local agencies.
I mean, that is in essence what the voters told us with Measure K. So I think that's my thought.
That would, so counties instead of local agencies.
Sounds good.
Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Wilson?
Okay, so now that we've modified this, the question is, are we signing on to something? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is now an independent letter. So this goes to the crux of my question about the policy around us signing on to a letter or us having our own statement. And in which case, I would prefer this was just a statement from the board, an affirmation statement with our own language that can be used however it's used. But that's just me.
I'm going to ask clarifying from our counsel because he's wants to say something here.
I believe that it's currently drafted as a statement. I think we called it a letter in the agenda item. I think we can treat it as a statement, and we're basically signing on to this as a statement of the board affirming everything that is in that statement or letter.
I hear that through the chair, to counsel, but what I'm saying is, like, it's not the original language that was given to us, and so if the Human Rights Commission wants to circulate what they have versus what we have, you see what I'm saying? There's a difference there. Again, it's not being sent anywhere, I guess, in the current context. So maybe I'm just kind of like spinning my wheels on this one. But I will vote for this. I just want to have some clarification, and maybe it's not clear to me, and I'm fine with that.
I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna ask Jim. So we've kind of chopped this up a bit, and I think it's going to go out as a statement, not as a signed letter. And we are asking, because Human Rights brought this to us, you being the president. So what are your thoughts? And do you guys maybe will come back with your own letter to us, reaffirming, or what would you like to do here?
Again, I'm speaking just for myself at this moment because I haven't had approval from the commission. Personally, I would have no difficulty with the changes that have been recommended, and it would be a statement from the Board of Supervisors. I think time is of the essence. The longer we don't meet but once a month. We are meeting this week, but it wasn't on the agenda to make further changes to this. I don't think we could object to the Board of Supervisors creating their own statement, using this as a starting point, and then we would have to take the next steps after that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second with kind of adopting your thoughts, but putting it into a statement. So we're going to stay with that yet, but we're going to go to Supervisor Bohn right now.
So should we actually, what is on the table, should we vote that down and then enter our statement, considering it's a completely different direction?
No, I don't believe that that's necessary.
Okay.
I think that the board can vote to approve the statement as modified in the meeting today.
Okay, and then the other thing, and I'm looking to Jim here. So this is kind of like we've made other statements like this. This is just to alleviate fears. So I'm hopefully, and I'm sure you do this. I'm not, but this will go out in many forms of languages by, basically there's a myriad of not just, Spanish that has to read this, but I think we'll put it out in myriads of form. So the people we're trying to alleviate the fears the most will be able to read it.
Well, it's certainly for those people, and I'm, be quite honest, I don't think I had considered that in the distribution, but I think we should.
I hadn't seen it. That's why I wanted to ask. I mean, if we're going to address something for somebody's issues, we probably should put it in a form that they understand it.
Right. I agree.
So I'm going to look at council because I'm not sure, do we need a motion to, I'm sure this will go out as a press release. Do we need a motion to put it in Spanish and English? Or we can just...
I don't believe that that's necessary.
I didn't think so.
I think we can put it out either way.
Yeah.
If you'd like to include it in the motion, it'll make it more clear, but I don't believe that it's
Okay. So we have a motion on the table that is a statement that the Board of Supervisors is going to adopt with the changes that Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Arroyo brought forward. We have a first and a second. I'm going to ask Kaylee for a vote.
Can I get the changes read back in, please?
Sure. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Madrone.
So in the third paragraph, last sentence, it would now read, "We acknowledge the trust cannot be cultivated or maintained when our county cooperates with ICE." That would be the first change. Second change would be to eliminate the bullet point for California Education Code, just eliminate that entire sentence there. And then the last change was to eliminate the last sentence in the last paragraph.
Thank you.
Okay, can I ask another?
Sure.
Sorry,
That's correct. Yes.
Dr. Ray Little, thank you. I just want to make sure on that third paragraph, that does not impede our sheriff in the situations where he has to talk with other federal agencies, i.e. ICE and like that. That's just a statement, right?
Correct.
County Council.
Are you referring to the sentence about we acknowledge that trust cannot be cultivated or maintained when our county cooperates with ICE?
Yes, because 6 years of report shows we don't really cooperate with them that much, but we still have a certain level of cooperation with another federal agency.
I believe that that statement is general enough that it's not going to hamper the sheriff's ability to speak with federal law enforcement agencies.
And I think that's why we took out local agencies and changed that wording. Anything else, Supervisor Bohn? Okay. Kaylee, the vote?
I'm sorry, I have one more comment.
Supervisor Arroyo.
In thinking about this, I not to get too wrapped around the axle, but I get that the point is to show that there are legal and policy protections in place at the state and local levels. We also, while we implement some of these other things, aren't the primary. I do wonder about, and Measure K is not on here, so our own ordinance that we have the most control over isn't intimated in one of these bullet points. So I wonder if we would like to include that in the statement, because that's our primary commitment that we're responsible for upholding, and whether we'd like to leave the California Education Code in there. And just change the language about our responsibility, or say that the following legal and policy protections are in place at the state and local levels, and then leave it at that. Because I think that the point of this, and the reason you included it, I assume, is to let people know the California Education Code says this, which is probably useful for folks. It's just not. I understand the struggle of, and I was the one that said, we're not responsible for this. So.
So we're getting a little out of the meat of the original motion.
Sure.
And so I'm going to look at for county council. So we have a motion on the table, but now we're wanting to change that again. It sounds like, or the seconder is wanting to change. Really, it relies on the person that made the first, which is Supervisor Madrone. So, Supervisor Madrone, what do you want to do with your motion?
Do you have concise suggested language change?
I don't. I just think it's a little odd that we would say we're committing to this, but not list our own county ordinance.
So could a suggested change be agreeable with the seconder, that we have a bullet point that says, and we reaffirm our support for Measure K, our sanctuary ordinance?
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'll make that amendment to the motion.
So I want to go back to Kaylee, though, and make sure Kaylee has everything she needs.
Yes, I do have everything.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so we are going to call for the vote now.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
C.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes, and I want to thank the Human Rights Commission again for bringing this to us and sitting there while we figure this out. Thank you, Jim. And I'm going to make, our CAO is going to make a statement before we go to a 15-minute break.
Just a clarifying question for your board. Given this has changed directions from a letter to a statement, would you like staff to issue a press release around this statement?
Yes, I believe that our board would like that to go out. So we are going to take a 15-minute break from 11:30 to 11:45, and then we will be back in chambers. Thank you all for coming and your public comments. And we have our supervisors back up here. So we're going to, just procedurally, if I could say, we're going to go to Kernan Construction continuation first, which is going to be very quick, and then we're going to go right into the aviation item, and then this board will be breaking for lunch after aviation for 45 minutes. So just procedurally, so you know what's going on. And, what'd you say? Yes. Okay, so we are going to open the public hearing, and we are going to go to Director Ford, the continuation of public hearing to consider revocation of conditional use permit for Kernan Construction, which authorized a rock aggregate processing and material storage and handling yard facility. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. This item was originally brought before the board. It was continued to explore options to address the nature of the violation on the northern yard. We have been pursuing two actions. One is to understand what the state agencies may or may not do. We recently came to that understanding last week, and we're waiting for that before we really began earnest discussion with Kernan. And so we really haven't had time to bring that discussion to a close, and we're asking that this be continued, I believe, till April 4th, in order for that discussion to be able to be finalized and hopefully come back to the board with an alternative that would address the situation.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to public comment on Zoom first, and this is going to, we're only going to be talking about the continuation of this item with public comment. Kaylee, is there anybody on Zoom?
There's not. There's not.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment in the room.
I support continuation of this item, and I also want to thank John Ford and his other staff members for working with Kernan Construction. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to be closing public comment. Come back to this board looking for a motion.
I move the recommend to do the recommended continuance.
Second.
To April 4th.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Kaylee, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And I'm going to be closing that public. No. What am I not doing?
We are continuing, so we
oh,
will
we're
not be closing
continuing.
the public
It's going to be
hearing
open
right
in Never Never Land. Thank you. Thank you, Director Ford. Okay, so we're going to go to our next item, which is open a public hearing for aviation. Public hearing to consider amending the 2025 Humboldt County Schedule of Fees and Charges related to the Department of Aviation hangar rates. And this item is going to be brought to us by the CAO's office, CAO Hayes.
It actually comes to you from
the
aviation department. It's hard to tell sometimes when Karen Clower shows up to present which role she might be serving in. But Karen Clower, Assistant County Administrative Officer and Interim Aviation Director, is here to present on this item along with Kathy Canepa.
Thank you, CAO Hayes. Good morning, Chair Bushnell and members of the board. Again, I'm Karen Clower, Assistant CAO and Acting Aviation Director. With me is Kathy Canepa, our Senior Administrative Analyst for the Department of Aviation. On December 17th of 24, your board adopted the 2025 Humboldt County Schedule of Fees and Charges. Included in that fee schedule was increased hangar rental rates for county airports. In January of 2025, the Department of Aviation notified hangar tenants of the increase in hangar rates and began to receive concerns from tenants regarding rates shortly thereafter. And for some background and context regarding the rates, in 2018, the FAA conducted a land use inspection of county airports and identified deficiencies regarding corrections, including the need for self-sustaining rate structures for county airports. The FAA mandates that airport rates be fair, reasonable, and structured for financial self-sustainability. In 2020, the Department of Aviation hired Aviation Management Consulting Group, AMCG, to conduct an airport land use and rate study. The FAA approved the AMCG rate studies in 2021, confirming their compliance with federal policies on airport rates and charges. Due to the extent of some of the rate increases, the aviation director at that time negotiated with the FAA to incrementally increase aeronautical tenant hangar rates by 18% each year for 5 years until hangar rates reached the AMCG FAA-approved rates. On February 23rd of 2021, the board approved the first of such increases with the fiscal year 2021 fee schedule, bringing 61% of hangar tenants to the newly approved AMCG FAA-approved rates. In fiscal years 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24, the incremental rates were increased with the CPI adjustment and approved by the Board of Supervisors with the respective fee schedules, but not implemented by the department. We are now at the end of the 5th year of the negotiated incremental rates agreement with the FAA and need to adjust the rates to the AMCG FAA-approved rates. Tenants have raised concerns that rates are not fair and reasonable and not comparable to neighboring general aviation airports. There is concern that rates are not that rates do not correspond with the maintenance and improvements at hangar facilities. The AMCG study did find that many hangars were in fair to poor condition and that the ACV hangars were relatively in better condition than those of Murrayfield, Ronerville, and Garberville airports. Furthermore, there is a concern from tenants with the CPI adjustments that have contributed to cost increase with this new rate increase. It should be noted that historically rates were increased by CPI prior to the rate study, and that the FAA did acknowledge that the December 14th, 2021 board-approved General Aviation Lease and Use Agreement templates included language with an escalation clause. That escalation clause was included in the deficiency letter from the FAA. Additionally, tenants were concerned that services are not the same at Murrayfield as they were when the study was conducted. Today, your board can choose to leave hangar rates as set in the 2025 amended fee schedule, your board can choose to leave rates as adopted in the 2025 fee schedule, or your board can choose to amend the 2025 fee schedule to remove the CPI adjustment, ensuring that rates are at the AMCG FAA-approved rate amount. This action would reduce revenue by approximately $55,876 to the Department of Aviation. In doing so, this would further reduce the department's ability to plan for and perform needed maintenance at its hangar facilities. The Department of Aviation has begun to gather condition assessments and assess funding strategies for rehabilitation efforts and increase maintenance activities at hangar facilities. A key to ensuring that funding strategies are successful will be based on CPI adjustments. Preliminary estimates for roof replacement at one of our hangar facilities is $90,000, and an estimate for a restroom at one of our airports is $250,000. This does not account for efforts to prevent water drainage into hangars or repairing hangar doors, both of which we are still working through planning efforts. Not only would the CPI ensure alignment with inflation and increasing operational costs, CPI adjustments would also increase revenues to assist in the maintenance of facilities without placing an excessive burden on tenants and allow for consistent funding of maintenance and improvements across the county's general aviation airports. Should your board vote to amend the 2025 fee schedule by removing the CPI adjustments and bringing all rates up to the AMCG FAA approved rates, The department would request a general fund contribution to offset this loss in revenue. In selecting this option, staff would come back to the board with an ordinance requiring a 4/5 vote to formally amend the 2025 fees schedule and effectuate a supplemental budget for a general fund contribution. It would not be recommended for your board to amend the rates less than the AMCG FAA approved rates, as the Department of Aviation would be in jeopardy of losing $1.2 million in entitlement and additional discretionary AIP grant funding at ACV, and in jeopardy of not qualifying for future grant funding at all airports. It could be seen as a violation of federal grant assurances, potentially making us ineligible for future FAA grant funding. And with that, Kathy and myself would be happy to answer any questions. I also have Kurt Eicherman, our airport operations manager, on Zoom. And we have David Benner from AMCG on Zoom, who could speak to the methodology and the development of the rate study and its rates. However, he does have a hard stop at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you. Just procedurally, does the board want to ask questions and have explanation, or do we want to go to public comment first and then come back?
I would say it'd be great to get some information from the person who's on Zoom who has to leave at 1, although that's a full hour, so we hopefully we won't have, I would just say if we are at risk of not having input from that person, I'd like to hear their thoughts.
I think we could get through public comment, but I also think that he may be able to address some of the public comment, was my thoughts. So, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Very detailed staff report as well. The issue, you mentioned that a lot of the hangar rentees had pointed out that conditions have changed since the study was done in regards to FBO and a lot of other services that were listed at the time because they existed, but they don't now. So does that's a fair argument, I would say, there in terms of value. I recognize that we somehow have to raise money to actually do all the repairs, which we're way behind on, no fault of yours in particular, or anybody else's, Kathy's. It's just what it is. But the hangar conditions continue to deteriorate, and there aren't the same services as the study identified before. So it seems very appropriate to me that we have this agenda item today, and I'm sure we're going to hear quite a bit from those in the audience about that. But those seem like valid arguments to me. I mean, just sitting here at this point.
AMCG could address better the fact that the FBO is no longer at Murray Field,
right.
And how that would affect an evaluation of the study, or how that was incorporated into the study. From a past conversation, it didn't and wouldn't have an impact on the rates. But again, David could tell you better if you want him to address that after public comment.
Okay, that sounds great. And also the pilot lounge and a few other changes compared to the earlier study versus what's actually in existence now. And there was a few years there where we had no fuel, right? But that's not the case anymore.
Correct.
We do have a card lock fueling.
Brand new fueling station.
Yeah.
We have new fuel, new fuel tank, yes.
That's good. All right, thank you.
We're going to go to public comment, and then we'll go on to Zoom for the two speakers there. So we'll go to public comment on Zoom first.
I don't have any.
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment in the room. Please line up if you would like to make public comment, and you'll have 3 minutes. Come forward. Now it's afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it was a good morning. Ick was in the house upstairs, so wonderful day. I wanted to say that, this is very distressing. This is kind of like the same thing with the Garberville Veterans Building 2.0, in my opinion. If you were to take this to a judge for anything, a residential unit, you being the landlord, he probably would say, let's see, they haven't had anything function. The roof leaks, the door's off, the bathroom doesn't work. So what would the remedy would be to just go ahead and give them 5 years or whatever their rent back, whatever the statute of limitations is, because you've been charging for something and not providing the service. And there's a certain expectation when you have contracts with people that they have a usable space when you enter into a contract. And I hate to have to be so blunt on this, but I think, in my opinion, that the rate study you had is no longer valid because, like you say, things have changed. Maybe ask the guy how much it would take to deduct the amount they had. But I think these people, if it went to court, would be entitled to a very large settlement. That's my opinion. So I strongly recommend that you give as much latitude to maintaining as low a price for these people as you can. They serve a very important function to the people here because we will depend on them should we have another flood. Anything of these are the people we'll be turning to. So I strongly support you. You realize, it was the county's fault they're in the condition they're in. So anybody who says it's nobody's fault or that it clearly was, and it's just really sad to see it here, but I don't know the resolution, but I think you bend over backwards to see that these people are compensated the best you can, even if you're putting a few things at jeopardy as far as grants. I think you can fix that. Your non-existent general fund may be another place you have to tap, just like you had to do in the Garberville. Thank you very much. You take my opportunity to speak tongue-tied.
Thank you. If you could hold on 1 minute, sir. So Zoom has been not cooperating today. We do have one caller that raised their hand. This is next time I will announce again and again, but I'm going to make this one exception and allow a public speaker on Zoom right now.
Caller 9400, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes. Caller 9400, you can try to press *6 to unmute yourself if it didn't work.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment on Zoom. We tried. Please come forward, sir.
It is afternoon. Okay. Well, my name is Dave Sandage. I'm a 20-year Humboldt County resident. I'm a professional pilot, light aircraft owner. I have currently rent a hangar at the Arcata Airport. In the past, I have rented hangars at Fortuna and Murray as well, and have been a manager of one of the facilities at the Arcata Airport for a time, about 5 years. I rise to comment on the agenda item before you, and I'd like to thank Supervisors Arroyo and Madrone for your responses to my impassioned letters and getting this item on the agenda as well. Supervisor Bohn, thanks for coming to the informal meeting. We do appreciate you guys' efforts to at least have us heard. I would like to particularly recognize Acting Director of Aviation, Karen Clower. We have found a listening ear, and quite frankly, I think I speak for the rest of the general aviation community, that's very refreshing. As described in the letters to the board and discussed with the Aviation Advisory Committee, the current 2024 and existing fee schedule is a result of a deeply flawed study, does not reflect reasonable rates when compared to regional airports. Enough on that. I'd like to note that the amendment before you does not, the way it's written out and presented in red and so forth, it doesn't decrease fees, it simply keeps them the same as they are right now. Okay. I urge the board to vote to amend the 2025 fee schedule as described in the agenda item. And additionally, I would ask that the board empower the Acting Director of Aviation to conduct a further review of the current fee structure with respect to regional pricing schedules, as opposed to what was done in the ACMG study. And if deemed appropriate, to recommend further amendments to the fee schedule in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the supervisors for having me. I'm Douglas Caber. I am a private pilot. I rent a hangar at ACV. I am relatively new to general aviation, having received my pilot's certificate during the COVID boom, where people certainly had more time on their hands and were able to do things like that. So I would echo the comments of the previous speaker when it comes to really what's important for the board to look at as it relates to the structure of the prices, the rates for the hangars. We have no FBO in the entire county. We have no pilot's lounge in the entire county. There's no Towered Airport in the entire county. All of these other comparable, or all of these other airports that were in the study that these rates were based upon, they're in a posit. They're simply, they don't relate to our situation here. I would also acknowledge that this agenda item is certainly not as in the news in the fore and as impassioned as the one that we heard a couple of items ago with all of those impassioned speakers. However, that's only because it's not the topic of the day. General aviation certainly has that, it will be the topic of the day in the future. It will come that you'll hear from a speaker later who is actively involved in restarting the Civil Air Patrol. I have been approached by a Chief Warrant Officer from the Coast Guard about Coast Guard Air Auxiliary. It is the general aviation community. It is us who are pressed into service in those times. You know, it's not hard to imagine a situation where there's an earthquake, where there's some need for the general aviation community to step up, and I know we would all be willing and ready to do that. With respect specifically to the comments from the acting aviation director about the consequences of the rate changes that we are requesting in the what's before the board today, the key here is these have to be fair and reasonable. They must be fair, they must be reasonable. And when I have a cousin who can rent a hangar that fits a twin Seneca with an office and a restroom for the same price that you're proposing to charge me for my 38-foot T hangar at Arcata, that's not fair, that's not reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, welcome.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, is it already afternoon? Dr. David Marshall, I'm faculty at Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm the advisor for the Aviation Club. I'm a Civil Air Patrol member, aircraft owner, and renter at one of the airports that we're talking about today. My conversation about the airport situation and rents, I'm an educator and I'm supporting education, and I really appreciate your attention on this subject. The county is very wise to engage with the community. Most of the people that stand behind me and the people that have spoken before me also engage in education because they are enthusiastic about this discipline. Large numbers of the pilots that fly for CAL FIRE, that fly for the air ambulance system, that fly for the Coast Guard even, have gotten training in Humboldt County, which is no longer available because of rent costs and changes that have been invoked by this board. And my message to the board is to please engage the community regarding the decisions that are made. Some of the arguments that were made by the Department of Aviation director seem to be misconnected or disconnected with actual guidance from FAA, according to the way that the aviators read the Federal Air Regulations, FAR. And so to engage with this community would be to listen to what they say, and we would not be in this situation if those structures were discussed, and they don't seem to be. They seem to be put forward in a vacuous environment without engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Hi. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good morning. Hey, good morning. My name is K.O. Blesher. I'm a pilot for our local air ambulance company, Cal Life Flight. I've also flown for the airlines in the past. and I'm an active flight instructor in both airplanes and helicopters here in Humboldt County. Keeping aviation affordable is important so we can inspire and train our new generation of pilots. I learned how to fly right here in Humboldt County. Every pilot flying a commercial airliner or Cowler like myself learned how to fly in a small airplane that are kept in small T hangars at Murray Field and Arcata. In my opinion, like other people have said, the study by AMCG is flawed for our local area. Prices were derived from places like New York and Hawaii that I don't think have much to do with Northern California. And all of the comps have more amenities like has been mentioned in the past. I think a more logical idea would be to allow our own aviation department to determine those rates. In an easy interim solution, I'd like to see rates stay about where they are, and then maybe apply the CPI going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hi, come forward.
My name is Bill Wickman. I'm a retired airline pilot for Delta. My wife's also a retired airline pilot. We've flown around here since 1978. We currently own Bonanza 611 Romeo Sierra and rent hangar number 7 at Arcata Airport. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to approve the amended 2025 schedule of rates for hangar rental, the amended rates. The previous rates were onerous and inappropriate for reasons that have been detailed to you in communications that you've received from many of us. I will say that the AMCG study was deeply flawed. The revision of these rates gives a little hope for the future. We hope this signifies a new beginning, and that we can begin rebuilding general aviation in Humboldt County. The general aviation industry is a great benefit, could be a great benefit to the community. Nationwide general aviation is a $20 billion a year industry that generates an additional $240 billion in economic activity. Provides on-demand business transportation. It saves lives via medical transportation. It fights fires. It supports law enforcement. It supports and provides good jobs in the community. It motivates education, and it provides hope and inspiration for youth. It's a positive force for economic growth. Therefore, again, I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to approve this amended schedule of fees and consider it a start to begin rebuilding the general aviation community in Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon.
Good day. My name is Dr. Dwight Schoenfeld. I'm also a resident of Humboldt County. I'm a retired chiropractor, and I think I represent part of the 134,000 representatives of the citizenry of Humboldt County. Yesterday, we lost every major road in and out of here. 299 was closed, 36 was closed, and 101 was closed. Aviation is vital to the continued survival of this county. We're referred to as a medical desert. Recently, a medical professional was interviewed at the Indian reservation and said that he wanted his 16-year-old son to pursue aviation. Because there was no aviation available, he chose not to be a physician at the Indian reservation. I'm here to ask this august board to support general aviation. In 1964, there were 36 airstrips in this county. Now there's 3. They're in terrible disrepair. We need a director of aviation that is primarily interested in general aviation, because that's what moves the county in and out. We need the county to support aviation by making it affordable for the people that work in the industry, for the people that want to be part of the industry. Thank you very much for your time and your support of general aviation in Humboldt County.
Thank you. Hi, Alex. Welcome.
So I'm Alex Stillman. I'm the chair right now for the for the Humboldt County Aviation Committee. And I want to thank you very much for moving forward with, for the board and staff to move forward on securing a new aviation director for us. I think it's a really important step. and we need to make sure this aviation director understands the economic development in both commercial and general aviation, land leasing, land use, and the benefits of the enterprise zone to make aviation self-supporting within our county. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I have someone who could not come, and can I read that after?
You have 2 minutes and 23 seconds. You can read it now.
Okay, let's see if I can
You
do
won't.
it.
You won't be allowed to come back up, so you need to do it now.
Well, Tim Lorenzo, in April, he will have completed his 30 years as a pilot. He has a daughter who is a designated pilot examiner and the test person to sign off on getting your pilot's license. His son-in-law works for FAA, which gives him a unique perspective on general aviation industry, particularly in Humboldt County. He has observed a significant decline in our local general aviation industry, and he would like to see that we once again have a vibrant fly club, several instructors, numerous planes for rent, and the resources that have dwindled over the years. He believes it's important for the counties to commit to supporting general aviation. He hopes the next aviation director will understand the importance of the aviation community and its potential economic development. He wants to see Humboldt County remain as a viable, attractive location for aviation enthusiasts, professionals, residents, and a training ground for new pilots to meet the national need. And in conclusion, he wants to thank you all for the fuel tank at Murray Field now and the lower rental rates on hangars. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Tolley. I'm a local flight instructor, and I rent a hangar at Arcata. I have several students. I myself had to go out of this county in order to pursue my career path as a professional pilot, to the tune of $65,000 plus food and lodging that I took from the economy of Humboldt County down to Sacramento. Keeping our rates affordable really helps up-and-coming pilots be able to pursue that career in aviation. A lot of pilots will not, I wouldn't say will not, may not feel encouraged to move to this area. This area does have a certain, people from this area want to stay in this area. I would like to very much stay in this area and be a professional pilot. If I can't pay my bills, that's not really going to be an option for me. So the increase in rent would also have to increase the costs for flight training for up-and-coming students. Many of my students are not able to do as much training as we would like due to the costs associated with it. I did hear a number of $55,000 budget deficit. According to my calculations, I spent about $18,000 on fuel last year providing flight training. And I believe if we had more airplanes and more flight instructors, we could make up that budget deficit fairly easily. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Hi. Good afternoon.
Thanks for listening to us. I'm Scott Chandler. I grew up a half a mile away from Ronaville Airport. I hang out there since I was 10 years old, and I still live within a half mile of the airport. I rent one of the hangars, and most of us old guys are on fixed income, and it's getting harder and harder to be able to afford to have our little airplanes. And the camaraderie is worth something too. It's wonderful to hang out with these guys. They're so interested in maintaining this little way of life. It's very important. It's a big part of our life. And I was lucky enough, I went up and talked to the people that worked at the supervisors of the airport, and my hangar doors had blown off in a windstorm. They were hanging there precariously. And I asked if I could work on it. I was a building contractor, and they said, sure. So I paid for the new rollers and adjusted the doors, put gables up on the inside to try to keep the birds out, refastened down the roof that had blown up. And it's just, we don't want to be squeezed out of this. It's just too wonderful to lose. My little 150, Cessna 150, cost me $20,000. Well, a couple of years ago, the county decided it was worth 47 and raised my tax. They also tax us on the land that the hangar sits on that we don't own. So it's just getting tougher and tougher for us old guys, you know? So thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. Hi, welcome.
Hello, John Macbeth. I'm a citizen of Eureka and basically a retired pilot. And just to give you a little bit of background, when I first started flying in the late 60s, Murray Field had an active flying club. It had a restaurant. It had flight instruction. It had restrooms. It had a fixed base operator where you could buy charts and other little odds and ends. It had a radio communication that the pilots could talk to when they came and went from Murray Field. Today, they've got, well, now they have gas again, but that's it. Nothing else is there. There are no facilities. Arcata is pretty much the same, gas only. There is no facility for a incoming pilot to come and fill out a flight plan, call the FAA, get the weather, anything. You have to sit in your airplane and call on your cell phone. There's not even anything that advises you where you can call an Uber or a taxi cab. You'd have to walk down to the terminal building in order to have any facilities at all. That's just a little update for your edification. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are you wanting to make comment? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Andrew Bryan, local pilot mechanic. I just wanted to say my part as far as the revised rates that have been proposed. As many have said, they support the new revised rates. Most of those people have hangars in Arcata. The revised rates do not increase the rates at the Arcata hangars from what they currently are. I have a hangar in Eureka, and my rates are going up substantially at the revised rates, not at the proposed rates, which have now been reduced. So I would ask that those rates be looked at a little closer to meet what the current lease rates are at these airports. Yeah, just ask that you provide us at the other airports the same services that you're providing Arcata, because from what I heard, the concern is that you're going to lose funding for Arcata's airport if these rates aren't met per the FAA's request, which I think we're all going to be suffering at all the airports if, you know, people that can't rent hangars. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? No? Okay, I'm going to be closing public comment, and we're going to come back to Acting Aviation Director Clower. And I believe you have 2 people online you would like an opportunity to speak. 2 of
On
your
Zoom?
people on Zoom, your people.
Yes, they are on as participants
Okay.
to the meeting.
Can you call on one of them so Kaylee can find them?
Sure. David Benner should be on Zoom, and Kurt Eicherman should be on Zoom as presenters.
Did they have panelist invites? Okay.
I did ask them to unmute themselves. They are panelists.
Just call on one of them, Kaylee, please. They can go one at a time.
So if David wants to speak to the rates first and how they were established and the FAA regulations regarding those rates.
I'd be happy to. This is David Benner with Aviation Management Consulting Group. We're the group
I turned my camera on. I don't know if that works on your end, but we were the group that worked with the county and airport management and staff back in kind of 2019 time period on this effort as well as some other efforts at the time. But if you recall, or there was a process that we were going through, and the FAA was involved in that. So from a methodology standpoint, there are recommendations and requirements in the FAA rates and charges policy that outline how rent should be established. And we talk about that in each of the rent study documents that we're talking about here today. It came down to the fair market value approach, consistent with FAA guidance, consistent with the discussions that we had with the FAA at the time from a methodology standpoint. Each step along the way was reviewed by the FAA, but we, from an overarching perspective, we looked at two different types of airports: comparable airports, competitive airports. Comparable, look at some of the comments were about towers and some of those types of indicators or attributes of airports. So the comparable airports looked at each county airport individually, and we did have some consolidation between some of the airports, but looked at the activity and infrastructure indicators of each airport. So some of those, as an example, and when we think about towers and precision approaches, ACV allowed some of the comparable airports to have towers and required a precision approach so that it was representative. Of the other county airports, no towers, no precision approaches, so we didn't include that as one of the parameters that would allow that identification of comparable airports. The other category then was competitive airports. That's in the local area. We looked at distance around the existing county airports to identify those airports in those areas. So we could go out, research each of those airports and make our conclusions. Fuel availability was something that came up, and that is a major indicator, or that is a indicator that impacts rent, fuel availability. Fuel availability in 2018, 2019 is similar, as I understand the availability today. The operator, or the entity is different. It was county fuel at that point, but there's no longer those existing services at the airport, but fuel availability is still something that is maintained at Murray today. But when we went through that process, we looked at we researched all of those airports, made conclusions for what the rental rates were at that time. So that's a key piece. That was in the as-is condition at the time. So if you go through all of the rent studies, you'll see adjustments and opinions based upon access, amenities, condition for that time. So that was as is in 2019, 2020 time period, working with the FAA for an implementation process, understanding where the facilities were at that time, what those rental rate conclusions were. They were all reviewed, all approved. So that implementation process that we're talking about, that was moving from where the rental rates were at that time in 2019, 2020 to what our conclusions were for market at that time. So we're moving up to where those market conclusions were based upon the agreement with the FAA from an implementation process. I think that's all I wanted to cover, but if there's anything else, happy to answer any questions, but appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Any questions for him from Supervisor Bohn?
David, how many of the comparable or like-to-like airports are clients of yours? So was it an easy grab, or did you have any business dealings with any of them?
Yep, and that's a totally fair point. As an entity that does this, I've been doing it for 18 years. We've been around for 25. We do, as our name implies, aviation management consulting group, only airports. We focus in general aviation. Fair question, because we do maintain a database. The parameters are established based on what those activity and infrastructure indicators are for your airport. So based aircraft operations, tower size, all of those things, runway length, approaches. And, one, we haven't done very much work in that portion of the state of California, so competitives, not very many. And from a size standpoint, some of your airports are smaller than our typical, we didn't have a lot of data. So I would say overall, almost all of the airports that were identified either comparable or competitive are not clients of ours. That's not a driving factor when we're identifying. So when at the very beginning of the process, we go through and identify these comparable and competitive airports, develop a preliminary list of airports. That's all based on those activity and infrastructure indicators or the distance as it relates to the competitive airports. What we have from a client base, that doesn't impact whether they would get identified or not. We reach out to each identified airport at least twice to gather as much information as we can based upon their rental rates to ensure that we're getting representative information. So we're looking at, depending if it's ACV, in the hangars there versus the other airports, if it's small T hangars, portable, large T hangars, box hangars, land, tie downs, all of those different questions. We're looking for usable and relevant information from those other airports at that time that we can then use to make a conclusion for your airports. We do, as part of the process, we do have a national database that we include in there, so we can just look at what those rental rates are nationally for each component of your airports. And then we do have a regional database based upon the FAA region, so the Western Pacific region of the FAA. We can consolidate it down into that and look at what's going on from a regional basis. The comparable and competitives, we reach out to each of those individually.
And then the other thing is, I know recently you toured all the hangars, I believe. Have you toured them previously extensively or not?
We conducted a site visit and site inspection during this process in I don't remember. Let's see. It would have been the summer of 2020, soon after COVID started. I think it was June, end of June.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. So to clarify, it does say in the staff report that the study did include and note the condition of the hangars at that time. Is that? But I just want to verify that with our consultant.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Bohn.
Karen, there was a thing earlier that if we did not vote for the increase, it would be a expense to the aviation department of $156,000. Was that?
No, if you voted to remove the CPI adjustment, it would be a loss of $55,000, just over $55,000 in the current year to the Department of Aviation by just removing the CPI adjustment and raising all rates to the AMCG FAA approved rates. The biggest loss would come if your board voted to reduce rates below the AMCG FAA approved rates. That's where we would potentially lose funding at ACV in the tune of $1.2 million.
How much do we lose actually? Not potentially, because
we don't know.
I heard the term 156,000 because
55,000 for sure would be the CPI adjustment rate.
Kathy, I think, knows what I'm talking about, because you said that would go towards. So if we voted these, how much are we committing to hangar repair, because they've been paying along and there has been no hangar repair? Basically no hangar repair, because I remember
there's been maintenance.
We were here in 22 with this same issue, and we were here when Director Mattson was in charge of it, and I can remember my dear friend Bob Lima talking about his plane being dripped on and his doors not working, and we came to the conclusion, as one of the other mentioned, they went in and fixed everything themselves and then build it back through against the rentals because they needed access to their planes, and it's not really good to have that salt water dripping on the plane wing. So this has been a constant, and not your issue, but this has been a constant issue, and it doesn't look like it's been
So keep in mind, we haven't increased rates for the last 3 years. And we are developing strategies right now to actually start dedicating a portion of the rent revenues towards hangar improvements. It is going to take time to build up funds to see significant improvements in our hangars. And the CPI adjustments are going to play a significant role in that over time. Kathy, you can speak to the number Rex or Supervisor Bohn is asking for.
Can I interrupt really quick? Is there someone else on a panelist that has to leave at 1, and do we want to hear from them? After Kathy answers that question, please.
That person is David Benner, and he is the one that just spoke, yeah.
Okay, that had to leave at 1, okay.
Yeah. So I believe, Rex, what you're talking about is the current hangar tenants, if we add up all of the hangar revenues at all of the airports, would be paying $339,354 total. If we were to add up all of the totals to the board approved as it sits today, they would total to $443,844,000. So $110,000 difference is what you would be adjusting downward. What we're proposing through what an option through our board agenda item today is asking, though, is to move them all to the AMCG FA approved rate and just remove CPI. So you're still seeing increases from what some folks are currently paying today, as we haven't increased years 2, 3, and 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and we keep talking about the AFC, the acronym, approved rates. They're a consultant. They don't have an approved rate system. They just have given us a suggestion. The FFA has agreed with their synopsis, or along those lines, but they weren't given the option of a lower rate either. So we could say the lower rate has been ABCD and FAA approved, and it doesn't matter what ABCD says, they're our consultant, but it does matter what the FAA. So we didn't know we've heard what they'll accept, but that's not the minimum of what they'll accept. I'm just saying, 13 years of listening to hangar complaints, and I mean, just 3 years ago, in a couple days, we had the same conversation, and I'd like to know how much was spent on hangar, not maintenance, but hangar repairs. Big difference between maintenance and repairs. But we're not spending anything on them, and I understand if we were renting that as a house and the door wouldn't shut and the roof leaked, there's an agency you can go to that's going to tell you don't pay your rent till they fix it. And I think we're at that. Now, there are guys there are hangars out there, Arcada's somewhat newer hangars, and they have issues too, but nothing. There are some hangars that actually work. We're saying that they're all falling down. They're not. Maybe we look at it's more work, but I don't think somebody that can't get into their doors or has no doors and their roofs are in danger. I think there should be an appeal process. I'm not trying to put too much on you, maybe the new aviation guy, but throwing more in. Gary goes, yes, give it to him. But I'm just somewhere. We're not talking a whole bunch of out-of-town corporations or anything else. We're talking about people that fly planes, some professionally, some, and I know it took a long time to get the tank in at Murrayfield. We had to run a weight study on a tank that was the same exact size that had been there for 30 years. But as we go forward, I know Kyle is still out there doing repairs, and there is a makeshift bathroom. If you have the passcode at Murray, you can use, but I don't know if anybody cleans it or does anything with it, so I can't say. but going back to the days when I was out there in the Redwood Flying Club, there was a full activity out there, and we keep taking things away and keep raising rates, and that's everything in general. But I'm thinking these guys would almost probably pay it if we can guarantee that we're going to put this much money into every hangar and have everything fixed. But we're saying, well, we're going to look at what we can do. But we spend, I'm just saying, we spend $500,000 on a striping machine. We spend things that are needed, and I can't say anything bad about our airport crew out there. They just do a fantastic job with what they have, with what they have to work with. I mean, they patched Neyland, and they got Neyland up and running when they realized the problem there and things. So I'm just saying, we're asking them to pay more money on a promise that we're going to fix it someday. And we've been saying someday for 13 years, so I can imagine where some of these guys are thinking, really? We haven't seen it. And that's kind of where I come from on this. I just, we've got to do a better job. And again, it's not on you guys. It's past, and I don't like looking in the rearview mirror. We look in the windshield; it's bigger. So.
I do hear what you're saying. I do want to address one comment, and I think David, if he's still on the line, could address this maybe a little bit better. We were in a unique situation when our rates were set because we were under a notice of deficiency from the FAA. We didn't have the opportunity to really negotiate rates at that time. And David can address that a bit better. We were trying to resolve those deficiencies with the FAA so that we could start applying for grant opportunities again, which we were able to do successfully. And one second clarification I'd like to make is around those grants. And by not adjusting our rates to the FAA approved rates, we are in jeopardy of not just losing grant funding at ACV. We are in jeopardy of not qualifying for grant opportunities at all of our general aviation airports as well. And David, if you want to address the unique situation we were in at the time of the study, that would be great.
Sure, I'd be happy to. As an entity that does this on a regular basis, not all airport and airport sponsors were in the same situation that you were at the time. And it is the reason why there was so much involvement from the FAA. Typically, when we're looking at rent for general aviation properties at airports anywhere across the country, the FAA isn't involved nearly to the level that they were. And it did require involvement with them, discussion with them, approvals as we went along from a methodology standpoint. Although this market-based methodology is by far the most common method used for setting rents for general aviation properties across the country. There's an airport cooperative research program guidebook about it. We work with all of the national associations, regional associations talking about these same things. It's a very common process, but the FAA was deeply involved in a way that they typically are not. So looking at the airports that were identified from a research basis, looking at the conclusions that were made, ensuring that we did a site visit, that's all part of our normal process. But those were the checks that they were going through. So some of the comments about whether there's doors or not doors, we have all of that noted within the rent study documents as based upon the as-is inspection of the day that we did that. I remember working with Kathy going through all of those details. It's a lot of hangars at a lot of different airports, ensuring that we had all of the notes correct, whether there's lighting, whether they're subdivided or not, all of those different questions we wanted to ensure that we had correct so that the conclusions that we provided in 2020 were reflective of the condition in the moment. That is what the FAA approved. And then the implementation process that we're talking about now, that was going from where you were at in, say, 2019 to where the conclusions were in 2020 that the FAA agreed with our methodology and our approach and approved all of those steps along along the way as we went through the rental process or the rent recommendation process. That answers all the comments, Karen.
Thank you. Is there Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. This isn't a question, but just one point of clarification. Lest this story get kind of reiterated in a way. The doctor who was interested in coming to the area, that example was mentioned at an event that I hosted last week, and he didn't not come to the community because of that. But it was a consideration. He certainly did want flight training amongst other things in the community. So that was a prospective recruit from United Indian Health Services, and that was mentioned. However, the topic of aviation and air service certainly came up a lot at that event. I just wanted to clarify that point. And I appreciate the effort to address the CPI as a kind of I guess I would call it a middle ground, an opportunity to see those costs reduced while continuing with implementation of this. I know people aren't happy about it, but given that it was a 3-year period with no increases, I think that this is sort of a middle ground that I can live with. And I do look forward to having, our solicitation is out for applicants for our aviation director, and I think we can, very clearly give that direction that this is a top priority around maintenance of general aviation facilities as that person's coming on board.
Are you wanting to make a motion around that? Or?
Sure. I am looking through the attachments.
I didn't see a motion. I was looking as well.
Yeah.
And also Supervisor Madrone.
Make a motion if you want.
Wanted to speak, but if one of you want to make a motion, and then we can finish the discussion.
I make a motion that we amend the 2025 Humboldt County Schedule of Fees and Charges related to the Department of Aviation as recommended by staff.
Aviation Director would like to comment.
Just a reminder that this will have to come back for a 4/5 vote.
Okay. So what would be a suggested motion then?
I think that motion is fine.
Okay.
Just we need to be prepared as your board moves forward in voting on this motion that there will be follow-up action that will take 4/5. So
on consent?
If we
Will it
got a
come on
3-2
consent?
here, then that could be problematic when we come back.
Okay. Would that item come back on consent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No.
Okay. Was there a second on that motion?
I'll second it, but was the staff recommendation, that's the part I was kind of struggling to clarify, was the staff recommendation to include that, suspension of CPI, what would you call that? No increase of CPI?
Staff really did not make a recommendation with this item.
I was looking, yeah.
We did leave it up to the board discretion.
So would the maker of the motion want to recommend that?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, and so we have a first and a second. We're going to keep on with discussion, and we're going to go to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little confused, I have to say. I appreciate the presentation, and it's AMCG representative that we were speaking with on the Zoom. So I appreciate all the work that went into trying to assess rates and all that. And we've heard from the general aviation community how they feel that some of that at least was not valid with today's availability of services as compared to when the study was done. But a hangar is not a hangar is not a hangar, right? I mean, do these rates just say for this size of hangar, here's the rate? Or do they say for this size of hangar in good condition, here's the rate, in poor condition, here's the rate, in horrible condition, here's, I mean, is there a variation on rate fees based on the condition of the hangar?
Not in our rate schedule. It's based on the study, the size of the hangar, the condition overall, and the amenities in the comparable studies.
So the condition overall, but things are lumped together in terms of size primarily.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, that's an issue for me because, I mean, I'm going to be looking to rent the best condition hangar, but those are probably not available, right? Because they're in good condition. the ones that are available to rent are going to be the ones that are in poorer condition, and that's where issues come in. The other thing is, I mean, in an ideal world, whatever revenue we're bringing in on the hangars, we'd be putting into maintenance and upgrades on the hangars, but that's not the case, right? A significant amount of this revenue goes to what? Overall airport operations?
A significant amount of the revenue from the hangars goes to maintaining the airports
Right.
that the grants aren't covering, and the general operation of the airports, and the small maintenance of hangars.
Right. So again, if I was an apartment renter or a house renter with multiple houses and stuff, one might expect that if the house had poor conditions, I'd be putting some of the rent money into taking care of those conditions directly, versus using it for other overall operations within my business. I think there's a fair argument to be made that, you know, we really ought to be putting this money back into hangar maintenance and repair, and I'm sure that's your desire and wish as well. And I guess that's really on us as a county, as a board, in our budgeting process, where we don't have enough money to do with everything. And in order to even get the grants for things we've been doing, like the parking lot, the airstrip striping, the repair of some really old buried cables and electronics and lighting and all these things, we had to get grants to do a lot of that work. In order to get the grants, we had to bring all of our various leases up to market rates, which is what triggered all of this with that, what did Cody used to call that, our FAA Christmas list or whatever. Wasn't much of a gift, really, but it was trying to force us to really get our act together and bring a lot of deferred maintenance, deferred issues up to snuff, or we were going to owe them money back, let alone continue to be able to get any grants whatsoever. And I know as staff at the airport, you guys work really hard to seek out whatever grants might be out there to help with all of this, but the hangars keep falling short. Like Supervisor Bohn said, this has been an ongoing issue for a long time. And so that's what I struggle with, is just, do you have any suggestions? I mean, you're interim, you're carrying a huge load, Karen. Thank you for all that you're doing. And
Thank
Kathy,
you for asking the question, though,
Yeah.
because that is something that we are developing strategies around, how to dedicate funding and look for new revenue streams that can allow for funding to improve our hangars and improve our facilities overall. So we are looking at dedicating, like I said, a percentage of rent revenues towards hangar repairs, but that's going to take time to build up a fund large enough to see significant repairs. We are currently working with planning and building for a conditional use permit at Murray Field so that we can have events out at Murray Field that could create a revenue source at Murray Field, so that we do have money that we could put back into that airport. So we are looking at different solutions. We're looking for different grant opportunities that might be out there to assist as well. So we are looking, but it does take time.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate that effort, because sooner or later we got to turn a corner, right? And I know you guys would love to have that corner turned, because it takes a lot of stress off of you trying to manage so many things with so little funding to do it. So somehow or another we've got to try and make that change. So thank you for that effort in that. It was mentioned we only have 3 airports, and I'm assuming based on the conversation that's Arcata, Murray Field, and Carlotta or Hydesville. But that one is really managed by CAL FIRE, right, and other agencies?
No, we have 6 airports.
We have 6.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So Hydesville is one of them, and then we've got
Ronerville.
Garberville, Dinsmore,
We have Ronerville.
and Neeland.
Neeland, Densmore, Garberville,
Right.
Murray Field, and Eureka,
We
and
no longer have
ACB.
We no longer have Hoopa or Willow Creek. They're there, but they're not operated by
They're
us
not
anymore.
county airports, and we don't have Shelter Cove.
Shelter Cove.
Any longer either.
That's also privately managed and operated.
Never have had, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for the answers. Not an
Yes.
easy decision to make here, I have to say. There's no real perfect solutions by any means, but if we don't start building up revenues and collect revenues, I don't know how we ever start turning the corner on taking care of our facilities. It doesn't, we can't just reduce costs and expect that somehow that's all going to happen, right? So it's a real catch-22.
Absolutely.
Very difficult.
CAO Hayes?
Yeah, to Supervisor Madrone's point, I just want to point out that the staff report does ask your board to consider if you want to allocate $55,000 from the general fund to offset that reduction in the CPI, because you're exactly right. This is a bit of a double-edged sword here, that we need revenue for which we can start to stock away to make these improvements to the hangars. And so cutting out the CPI does hinder our ability fairly significantly to be able to do that. So it's just lightly mentioned in the staff report, and so I just wanted to bring that up. Also, in just a point of order to the motion, we need direction for staff to return with the ordinance to amend the fees as directed by your board.
That's exactly what I said.
Wait, stop, please. So I have a request, first of all, that we restate the motion for our clerk, if we could do that first, by the motion maker.
Well, I would just amend my motion to reiterate what the CAO said.
So could you clarify for our clerk the entire motion, please? And for our staff? Or for the
Sure, if you
board?
want me to do that. Yeah, okay, here we go. Let me find it here. It was in front of me a minute ago, so I have to reread that. Okay, here it is. Its motion is to amend the 2025 Humboldt County Schedule of Fees and Charges related to the Department of Aviation's hangar rates with the, and go ahead with go ahead.
And direct staff to return with an ordinance to do so.
And in that also that we would be removing the CPI adjustment.
And would you be directing staff to increase rates to the FAA approved
Yes.
rate?
Thank you.
Hold on.
Karen, can you repeat that, please?
Increase rates to the FAA approved rate?
Is the seconder okay with that?
I am. I did have a question about whether is it inherently the case that if we're not including CPI, that would come from the general fund? I assume that's no. That's an additional point of direction needed. I will just say, and that means if we didn't do that, it would cut into the aviation budget.
Right. Okay. So, sure, I'll add that to the motion that we'll move $55,876 from the general fund. But I was to tell you, it's in my motion, but I am getting uncomfortable with this, just for whatever that's worth, because this is just this year. This does not include year after year after year. So I'm just pointing out, and as CPI goes up, that adjustment actually may change. Am I correct on that?
So, first of all, I wanted clarification on the Supervisor Bohn's next. Do you have something about the motion, though, Aviation Director?
I just wanted to clarify Supervisor Wilson's question, but I can wait.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn, and then we will go back to Aviation to answer Supervisor.
Okay. First of
Wilson's
all,
question.
I do want to thank the aviation community, because I had the honor of being invited to an informal meeting over beers and chips and nachos and everything else up in McKinleyville. And none of them, they're frustrated, but they haven't ever brought that frustration out on our interim aviation director, myself, or anything else. They've brought this with a level of professionalism that I really appreciate. Now, another thing that we'd agreed upon, or I thought, they feel that a lot of times when they make a request to have something fixed, a lot of times it's one of the guys there says, hey, my doors, and everything else. And we were going to set up actually a system where they could say, hangar number 42 is leaking, can you fix this? And then they could be acknowledged that at least somebody's aware, and we have a trackable record. Well, right now the aviation website's down, so I don't know if I couldn't get to it. It says closed. So it says closed. So maybe it's just closed. It's not down, it's just closed. But that gives those guys a sense that at least they've been heard. Now, the other thing is if they have a serious problem, there should be, just like anything else, what I would like to do, and I know, how many total hangars do we have? One of you guys should know that.
A lot. We can get, yeah.
Have we done an evaluation? I know there's a lot, but have we done an evaluation on what shape they're in? So we can say we have, as Supervisor Madrone was saying, we have 30% that are in poor condition. We have 25% that are in fair condition, and we have 45 that are in good condition. So, I mean, if we could get something, because I have no idea. And then if we give the aviation department $55,000, because you're losing $55,000, where's it going? I mean, are we talking maybe $5,000 towards hangars, $2,500, $2,000? I mean, is it really, where's it going? And that's another aspect that because I can't see myself voting for this now because there's so many unanswered questions. And hopefully by the time you bring it back, there will be answers to these. But right now, there's a lot of trust. We're depending on a lot of trust, and I trust you guys 100%. Kathy, since she was a pup, and Karen the same. So I trust you guys, and I know we're going to get there. But there's a lot of answers not there. And we're voting on something we don't have answers to. It's just kind of vague. And as somebody that takes rent in, we should be spending back. And we've had this problem in front of us on a bunch of things in the last few months where somebody takes rent in and they don't put anything back. So, and we're trying to adjust that. So what I'm saying is we really need to let these guys know before they have a rate increase what we're doing with it, what's the breakdown going to be, and it's not going to be, hey, we have a little extra, let's throw it at hangar 47 or 42, or that door's laying in the way, I can't drive by it. I mean, if you have doors flying off hangars, I know we've had some big wins, that's an issue. So I can't vote for this today for these reasons because there's too many unanswered questions for me.
So if I can respond.
Yeah, to both, please. If you could respond to Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn, and then we're going to go to Supervisor Madrone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn, in response to your comment, we do have a work order system. It is online. It is on the FlyACV website under the General Aviation tab. It is down currently because we are making updates to our website today. But it is generally up and running, and we have been, since your meeting, we have been receiving requests through that work order system, so thank you for that. Emergency situations, they can always call the department directly, but we do, non-emergency, prefer the work order system. It creates the tracking mechanism for us and for them. Regarding how the funds will be spent, it is our intention to use those funds towards hangar improvements. I don't have a hangar improvement plan in place to be able to say I'm going to be working on hangar 30 at Murray Field with this amount of funds. But we could come back with some type of a spending plan for that amount of money. It's not a large amount. I would not have high expectations from the community with that amount of funds, but we could certainly come back with a spending plan for those funds. And then with some of the projects we're budgeting for next fiscal year. I think that answered your concerns or comments. And then regarding the CPI adjustment, it does state in the board order or in the board report, we will be coming back with the CPI adjustment next year.
Okay, I appreciate it.
With the fee schedule.
That's great. My motion still stands.
Okay. And then we're going to go to Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know $55 isn't a whole lot of money, but the goal here is to get to the place where we really get all of our hangars maintained and up to speed, and then people feel better about the rents they're paying, and we can maintain our facilities. But we're not going to get there today or tomorrow. It's going to take a while to get there. I appreciate that, at least for this year, eliminated the CPI. and backfilling that with some general fund money to show that we have a partnership here. Because while general aviation may be a small portion of our community, when the floods happen and the earthquakes happen and other things happen, I mean, watching the recent films of the '64 flood on Channel 13 and other things, it was general aviation that was delivering food to people all over the county and other things. So it was a pretty amazing effort on their part. Our general fund is in really bad shape, so it's hard to even want to allocate that. But I think to show that we have a partnership here, it shows some good faith on our part to do that. So as hard as it is to do it, I will support that.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I was, the sequence of today's meeting is a little bit unhelpful to this point. I think I was kind of hoping we would have our mid-year budget update before this item, because an allocation from the general fund is going to land as a hard thing for many people in our staff. We are tightening our belts much, much more this coming year. And so we're about to talk in just a few minutes about the budgetary situation we're in and how much we have to tighten our belts. So I would say from my perspective, I'm willing to consider this as a one-time CPI adjustment. I wouldn't be able to support it in the future knowing what I know about our county's budget. So this is something that I hope can get us a little bit of the way there. And it's not great timing to be talking about allocating anything from the general fund when we're about to tell, everyone who does essential services in the county to tighten their belt again. So it's hard to be in this position right now. And I recognize that there's some deferred maintenance needs, and hopefully that can get us a little bit of the way there, so that we can, move forward in good faith, kind of towards solutions here.
Thank you. I'm not going to apologize for the sequence that things came today. It's a public hearing is why it's in this order. And so it is what it is. But thank you for the comment. And I hope that I know that this motion is not going to fix what the aviation community wants, but I do and am hopeful that it is a little bit in the direction that you all have talked about. I want to recognize as well that our budget is not healthy, as my fellow board members have said, and so I do hope that you could work with us a little bit as we try to navigate getting a new aviation director, which it is out for applications, so we're moving in that direction, and also just and I want to recognize you guys have been giving us grace for quite some time. The hangars in Roederville are terrible. There is no bathroom in Garberville. It's a swing-in door. And, I'm hoping the county is recognizing that and moving towards some much-needed upgrades. With that, we have a motion on the table. I'm going to ask Supervisor Wilson for one more comment, and then I'm going to ask for a vote.
Great, thanks. And I just want to emphasize, I'm grateful for all the comments that we received today and the community of people who came in to speak around general aviation. And just remind, general aviation is just a piece of our broader aviation and airport infrastructure and system. And I'm still, as I've talked about in the past, somewhat hoping that we can actually talk about that and its governance, potential changes in its governance in the future. That also being said, I want to say that I appreciate the general aviation coming to talk to us about the resilience elements of their potential service as well as economic development, but I would like those integrated into our resilience planning specifically, not just sort of talked about as something that could happen maybe in the future when something happens, but actually begin. And I know there is some that's already happened, but more of that. And so that's all I have to say. I'm glad we're through this bit today.
Okay, Kaylee.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, so thank you, and thank you for you all coming and making comment and having an interest in what your interests are. We are going to go to lunch, and we are going to return at 1:50. I'm going to go out of sequence again, and when we come back, we will hear a presentation for the renaming ceremony. It'll be very quick. The family will be here, and it is snowing on the hill, and they need to get home, and then we'll go right into mid-year. So 1:50 for return. We're at lunch. Thank you. Okay. Is he? Okay. So welcome back from our lunch, and we're skipping around again. It's kind of been that kind of a meeting. Today, right now we're going to go to presentation on the renaming of the Alder Point Bridge to the Trevor John Early Memorial Bridge. As you will recall, last week on consent, we approved this item. On Thursday, we did a ceremony in the Alder Point area with Public Works, and the Sheriff's Department sent someone, and myself, and about 50 or 60 community members. And so today I just wanted to present to the board because I really much appreciate everybody voting for this. And Trevor's family has come, mom, sister, and brother-in-law. And so we are going to start a little presentation. And I'm going to read this resolution. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt, whereas Trevor Early, 25, a beloved son, brother, grandson, devoted friend, and cherished member of a fourth-generation native Alder Point family, was tragically murdered on January 6, 2022. And whereas born on December 11, 1996, Trevor spent all of his early years in the southern Humboldt, where he developed a love for the Eel River, hunting and fishing and sports. Among his many athletic accomplishments, his undefeated wrestling career stands out as a testament to his determination and skill. And whereas in 7th grade, Trevor moved schools to Ferndale, where he became an integral part of the Ferndale School District community, excelling in football and basketball, and made history as the first freshman to play on the varsity football team. And whereas while he made lifelong friends and countless memories in Ferndale, Alder Point has always remained his home. And whereas after graduating in 2015, Trevor decided to reside in his hometown of Alder Point, where he could often be found surrounded by his families and friends, embracing his love for the outdoors through hunting and fishing. And whereas Trevor was a gentle soul with a big heart, known for championing the underdog and fiercely loving those around him. And whereas his vibrant energy and unwavering kindness left an indelible mark on everyone he met. And whereas Trevor's loss is deeply felt and his absence is a profound reminder of his impact on the lives of those who knew and loved him. And whereas the Alder Point Bridge holds a special significance for the community and has become a gathering place for family, friends, and loved ones to celebrate Trevor's life and share cherished memories. And whereas the bridge, affectionately known as the Trevor John Early Bridge, stands as a heartfelt tribute to a young man who touched countless lives with compassion, strength, and unwavering spirits. So a series of pictures have ran, and this is Trevor. This is the memorial that they have put on the bridge that since Trevor was murdered, we as a community go to that spot for his death date, his birth date, for Christmas, for any time that you need to feel close to Trevor. Trevor was murdered one day before his family was leaving for Sierra's wedding, and they spend a lot of time on the bridge, and it's so telling that this is a community gathering place for him, and I'm so honored to be able to do this for the family. But more than that, I'm honored that this board has done this for this family. I really want to thank Public Works and Nikki, who helped me write the resolution, and the sign division for Humboldt County that came out and installed the signs that are now at the bridge. And as you can see from these pictures, Trevor was truly loved. He's truly missed, not only by his family, but by a community that has mourned him for 3 years and continues. We just really love Trevor, and it's a good thing for the community. I hope it's a healing. And so with that, I'm going to open it to the board if you have anything to say, and then we'll go to public comment. It's hard to talk about this. So we will go open for public comment, and I don't know if there's anybody on Zoom.
There's not.
Okay. And then we'll open it here. If you guys want to say anything, you can. You don't have to. Okay. So this is Katrina, Trevor's mom.
Trevor's mom, yeah. I just wanted to thank Michelle, obviously, for all of her work and the people that helped her, and then all of you guys for voting for this. It's pretty special to go down there and see the sign, and words can't even really express. It just sends chills down your spine. It's always been his, but now forever, even when we're not here anymore, it's going to be his bridge. So thank you guys.
Thank you. And that will close public comment, and thank you. So we will go on to the next item. Bye.
Chair Bushnell, we should probably vote to receive the presentation.
I'll move to receive and file the presentation.
Second.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Up or down? Supervisor Bohn, up or down? I'm sorry, yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So our next item is going to be from the CAO's office, mid-year budget review for fiscal year 24-25, budget outlook for year 25-26, and recommendations for budget adjustments. 4/5 vote required. And I'm going to go to CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Before you today is Deputy County Administrative Officer Jessica Maciel to present this item, which Supervisor Bushnell just read into the record. So with that, I will pass it over to Jessica, and she has a PowerPoint presentation
Through
as well.
the chair, I just want to advise that I may have to leave before this item is done, but just so everyone knows, as written, I support the item. Thank you.
Sorry, just getting set up. All right. Kaylee, you're on it. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Bushnell and members of the board. As CAO Hayes said, I'm Jessica Maciel, Deputy County Administrative Officer, here to present the board the fiscal year 24-25 mid-year budget review and the fiscal year 25-26 budget outlook. Each year, the CAO undertakes a mid-year financial review. This review monitors the county's current fiscal year, as well as provides a preview of the financial status for the next fiscal year. Before I jump in, I just want to thank our departments for their work on these estimates, which allow us to make more informed recommendations to your board. We will start off with the general fund. As previously reported, the fiscal year 24-25 budget was adopted with a $15.1 million structural budget deficit. At the first quarter budget update, the board approved a number of carry forward adjustments and 3 new one-time contributions totaling $5.5 million. These contributions bring the general fund adjusted fund balance use for fiscal year 24-25 to $25.6 million. As identified by departmental mid-year reviews, general fund net costs through June 30th of 2025 show expenditures exceeding revenues by $20.3 million instead of $25.6 million, which is a $5.2 million improvement over the adjusted budget. This improvement is in the structural budget deficit, reducing the estimated actual deficit to $9.9 million. This positive news is due to $1.9 million increase in discretionary revenues, including property tax, unbudgeted Measure S collections, utilities franchise taxes, and the largest one being interest revenue. 1.3 million is Measure Z additional revenues and expenditure savings, including the Measure Z reserve, which is anticipated to go unspent in this year. And 615,000 is anticipated expenditure savings from the TOT reserve, which is also anticipated to go unspent. And 1.5 million is anticipated expenditure savings by county departments. Of the nearly 22.9 million estimated to be available to fund fiscal year 24-25, available to fund 25-26, 1.8 million is Measure Z fund balance, resulting in a remaining 21.1 million available in general fund for fiscal year 25-26. Next, I'll go over Measure Z. The Measure Z revenue was adopted at $13 million. The most recent revised revenue estimates, and I have a revision as of today to this, so it didn't make it into the mid-year. Our last ones were anticipating revenues to come in over at 13.2 million. We received revised estimates today, and sales tax is not performing as well. And so it's actually looking like it's going to come in around 12.9 million, which is below what we budgeted. And this is across the board. All sales taxes not performing very well. Expenditures were adopted at 17.4 million for Measure Z, which, as a reminder, in fiscal year 24-25, there was a large buildup of fund balance due to some accounting adjustments and due to county department expenditure savings. So that was a larger than usual amount available to allocate in 24-25. Measure Z is anticipated to end with a fund balance of 2.6 million. Of course, as I mentioned, due to the poor performing sales tax, that may be a little bit lower, of which 864,000 is set aside for reserve, which leaves an estimated 1.8 million to remaining at the end of 24-25. Now, 440,000 of that 1.8 million is current year estimated revenues, as I just mentioned, expected to not be there, and anticipated county department savings in the current year. And as your board directed in January 23rd, 2024, those are not available until the fiscal year 26-27 cycle. So with that, the Measure Z committee has 1.3 million to provide recommendations for funding. Additionally, to the point that I made about the lower sales tax numbers, I just wanted to give a shout out to Sean Quincy, the Measure Z committee, and your board for the work that you did to make a fiscally sustainable model such that these lower revenue estimates are not impacting what we have available, what we've already determined to be available for the coming year, and rather we will have another year to deal with that, and potentially, if we need to, we have a reserve available.
Can I ask that with the Measure Z funds, is that what you're?
Yeah,
okay.
The work to create a reserve and also to make it where we don't do mid-year allocations, where we hold those and save them for future years in case revenue doesn't come in where we anticipate.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly go over the status of the other funds and point out that these are our other major funds, and most of them are negative, which is concerning and problematic for us. And also, I've reported on it several times, so hopefully it's not new news. So for DHHS, as reported at first quarter, the primary sources of their negative fund balance are Fund 1160, the Social Services Administration Fund, and Fund 1170, Behavioral Health. DHHS anticipates that the year-end fund balance for social services will improve from 13.1 million to an estimated negative a negative $7.4 million due to the receipt of prior year revenue and the department's work to manage expenditures. The Behavioral Health Fund has a large outstanding long-term receivable, $17 million reported at first quarter, and continues to experience ongoing issues receiving reimbursement for claims since the implementation of payment reform. As the timeline is unknown, Behavioral Health anticipates a very small improvement in fund balance at this time, but just noted that they have significant receivables that should resolve the majority of their negative fund balance. DHHS estimates an ending negative fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 of negative $8.6 million, an improvement of $6 million over the prior year. The Economic Development Fund has remained positive up till now. Staff estimate that the Economic Development Fund will end fiscal year 24-25 with a negative fund balance. Staff have been working through a reconciliation of various programs in the Economic Development Fund, and once all obligations are met, it is anticipated that it will go negative. It should go to $328,603. That's a decrease of $1.5 million over the ending fund balance for fiscal year 23-24, and that is due to Project Trellis funds that were in fund balance and those funds going out as due to our state obligation to pay out those funds. The Economic Development Director position has been vacant since the end of August, which has allowed for some salary savings and improvement in the fund balance. Economic development staff are continuing to search for funding opportunities that align with the board's strategic plan, as many of the items in the strategic plan are not associated with funding. Then the road fund, as reported at the first quarter, the ending fund balance for the roads fund in fiscal year 23-24 was negative $7.4 million. Staff report an anticipated small improvement of $206,000 in fiscal year 24-25 for an estimated ending fund balance of negative $7.2 million. This is dependent upon receiving anticipated disaster assistance funds, which is difficult to know. The passage of Measure O will allow Public Works Roads to begin working on a backlog of road maintenance in fiscal year 25-26 and help to provide ongoing locally controlled funding for road maintenance, as well as qualify for additional funding from state and federal sources. The library fund ended fiscal year 23-24 with a fund balance of $1.1 million. Budgeted revenues and expenditures remain on target through mid-year with a slight improvement in revenue, primarily property tax, reducing fund balance use from $535,000 roughly in the adopted budget to $415,000, a 22% decrease. The estimated ending fund balance is $703,212. And then I have been discussing the North Coast Resource Partnership, or Public Works Natural Resources fund, due to its negative fund balance. Public Works Natural Resources estimates to remain on target with the mid-year, so they are not anticipating resolving their negative fund balance in this year. And finally, and aviation, as reported at first quarter, the Aviation Enterprise Fund and Aviation Capital Projects Fund ended fiscal year 23-24 with a combined negative fund balance of $3.9 million. They have received a number of FAA reimbursements in early 24-25, and so they are anticipating improving the fund balance by $1.2 million to a remaining negative of negative $2.8 million. And finally, your internal service funds report a decrease in fund balance of $1.8 million. As part of the development of ISF charges in fiscal year 25-26, as was done in fiscal year 24-25, staff will utilize fund balance to reduce charges for county departments where possible. But that is why there is a result why there is a decrease in fund balance is due to utilizing fund balance to lower charges. So the initial look at fiscal year 25-26, the predicted shortfall, if your board elects to adopt staff recommendations today, is 20.8 million use of fund balance for 25-26, of which the estimated structural deficit is 12.41 million. This is a very similar structural deficit to that which was anticipated for fiscal year 24-25 at the mid-year at 12.29 million. As you know, the fiscal year 24-25 budgeted deficit was 15.1, so it's slightly larger than what was anticipated at mid-year, and that is just simply because we're budgeting for full spending, and so the budgeted deficit is usually larger. Revenue estimates for fiscal year 25-26 are dismal. Staff are only anticipating increases in property tax as far as discretionary revenue goes, and interest revenue. As mentioned with Measure Z, sales tax continues to decline. Staff anticipated revenues to come in on budget for sales taxes in the mid-year, but as I mentioned, we received updated reports and it projects further decreases in the current year and in next year. It's approximately $200,000 below budget on the Bradley Burns sales tax for fiscal year 24-25 and $100,000 below what I anticipated as status quo for next fiscal year. This highlights that sales tax is a volatile funding source, and when ongoing expenditures are assigned to it, especially to the maximum, it can be problematic. We have developed processes that make this less painful in Measure Z, but after we went through several tough years, as the process for Measure O is developed, this is an important consideration. And then salary and benefits. Despite no additional planned cost of living adjustments included in this projection, salary and benefits are anticipated to increase 5.2% or $13.7 million countywide. The primary increases are in base salaries and health insurance. The general fund's increase in salary and benefits is more modest, anticipated to increase by 4.6% or $4 million. In contrast to the prior year, increases are minimally a result of equity adjustments and are instead more a result of increased tenure or higher step placement. Health benefits are anticipated to increase by 15.4% or $4.5 million. This shift is due to continued premium increases in the health insurance market. To minimize the increases in overall salary and benefits countywide, staff are recommending your board consider utilizing a portion of available fund balance in Fund 3250, which is our employer retirement contributions fund, to smooth the increase. Should your board approve the recommendation to reduce pension costs, this would reduce it by 40% countywide, or $5.5 million. Additionally, I wanted to point out that insurance costs are anticipated to increase. And just to clarify my chart, anything that is on the increases savings side is any expenditure savings or revenue increases. On the decreases reductions is expenditure increases or expenditure reductions or revenue reductions. So due to utilizing accumulated fund balance and insurance liability and workers' compensation charges, they'll be decreasing countywide. This has not been the case for quite a while, and so I just want to thank Human Resources Risk Management staff for working really hard to find ways to save in those areas. Charges for liability insurance for the county are projected to decrease by $1.3 million or 10.9%, and workers' compensation is anticipated to decrease by $453,000 or 5.3%. In the general fund is roughly 45% of the insurance charges. So based on those percentages, the anticipated decrease for the general fund is roughly $808,000. Additionally, as your board is aware, the county is currently in labor negotiations. Due to the ongoing status of these negotiations, staff also recommend that your board plan for a contingency to set aside fund balance in the coming year for this purpose. Staff recommend a contingency of $5 million in the general fund based on proposals that are currently being considered. Jail medical costs are a mandated expenditure for the county. The county contracts with WellPath to provide medical and behavioral health services in the jail. The cost of providing medical services, similar to health insurance, has increased substantially, and the contract with WellPath is anticipated to include a 10% increase in the coming year. Based on an estimated fund $21.1 million of available fund balance for 25-26, there will be just enough funds to cover the general fund shortfall if your board goes forward with recommendations. However, this is anticipated to deplete the remaining fund balance. Since many departments' budgets are still not accounting for vacancies, the budgeted shortfall will likely be larger than this amount. So the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget parameters, staff and myself and CAO Hayes have spent a lot of time considering a recommendation for general fund allocations. Again, it's really difficult to make recommendations that balance the fiscal needs of the organization but allow departments to maintain operations. The recommendation before your board sets general fund allocations at the same level as fiscal year 24-25 with the addition of fiscal year 24-25 board approved ARCFA additional general fund appropriations. Due to the use of general fund balance to close the budget deficit without additional allocations, the CAO recommends that additional general fund requests are not accepted in the coming budget year. Under the current recommendations, fund balance is anticipated to be depleted in the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Therefore, there's not additional room for expansion of general fund expenditures in the coming year via ARCFAs. Additionally, due to the prepayment, I already mentioned this a little bit about utilizing fund balance in Fund 3250 to smooth pension costs and salary increases. But I just wanted to clarify the reason that fund balance exists is due to the prepayment of our unfunded accrued liability, or UAL, to CalPERS over the last several years, which has afforded the county a discount on the UAL contribution payment annually. Should your board choose to go forward with that, this action would reduce salary and benefit increases to the county as a whole from 5.2% to 3.1%. The next recommendation is to deallocate all unbudgeted positions in the coming budget cycle. Your board approved this action last year. It has proved helpful in tracking positions. Additionally, there is AB 2561 coming up, which places requirements on the county with regard to vacancy rates, and deallocating unfunded positions will assist in ensuring that we can comply with the AB 2561 requirements. The next one is PARs. As with the current year, we recommend continuing the long-term funding strategy for PARs and to set contributions to 2% of salaries. Additionally, re-implementing the annual contribution to the deferred maintenance fund as approved at first quarter. This is estimated to be roughly $700,000. And approve a transfer from the tax loss reserve in the amount of $2 million, which we typically do annually. It is recommended that your board also consider a contribution to the general reserve. Staff recommend $3 million to improve the county's fiscal sustainability and bring the general reserve to the minimum balance as set forth by the board's general reserve policy. At current, the county's reserve is insufficient to maintain even 1 month's worth of county employee salary and benefits should it be necessary. And then the next one is with regard to our self-insured retention. A self-insured retention is similar to a deductible in a car insurance policy. It is the dollar amount specified in a liability insurance policy that the insured must pay out of pocket before the insurance company begins to cover a claim. Staff, HR risk management completed a review of the county's liability paid claims for the last 5 years, and staff are recommending that we increase from $200,000 to $300,000. And the county previously had a $500,000 SIR, which is more in line with similar sized counties in comparison. And finally, we review revenue estimates with the budget every year, but this is to do a more detailed review. Revenue projections are a critical piece of the budget process. In review of prior year revenue projections, staff have identified that revenue projections may have been overstated in some cases. This is a concern as it allows for budgeting of additional expenditures and increase in fund balance use if revenues are not realized to the extent anticipated. This is very small, and I'm not going to go through each of the budget adjustments that are recommended for the current year in here. These are entirely from outside funding sources or carry forward of unspent expenditures in the prior year. I'm happy to dive into any of them if your board would like to do so. They include 13 one-time supplemental budgets and 2 appropriation transfers. The rollover ones are just a couple of them for the sheriff that did not make it in time for first quarter. We have a couple of other recommendations for your board to consider with regard to Measure Z and Measure O to improve tracking. Staff recommend the board authorize the auditor controller to create general fund subfunds for each of these revenue streams. These would still be general fund revenue streams, but this will allow for more efficient management and greater transparency. Additionally, the closure of funds. The auditor controller has been reviewing funds with departments and seeks board direction to close funds that do not have an associated legal mandate and transfer any fund balances to the appropriate budgeted fund. As your board knows, it is a recurring finding in our fiscal audit, in our financial audits, that the county maintains too many funds. And finally, intra-fund transfers. This is just like a clerical item. The board-approved budget adjustment policy requires that all increases or decreases to intra-fund transfer accounts come before your board for approval. This has resulted in a lot of budget adjustments coming to your board. So due to the use of intra-fund transfer accounts in fiscal year 24-25, the auditor is working on accounting practices that will reduce the use of intra-fund transfer accounts, so it shouldn't be an ongoing problem. So it's just a one-time request. Finally, just some updates on reorganization. During the fiscal year 23-24 budget process, your board directed staff to return with an analysis of county department reorganizations to improve county efficiencies and look for cost-saving measures. The first one is the IT security consolidation. Your board directed staff to explore options for consolidating the county's IT security functions. To assess feasibility, staff engaged a consultant to collaborate on evaluating the integration of the county IT security team currently housed in county IT with the DHHS Information Services Security Team. While further details remain to be defined, the initial recommendations include refining the Chief Information Security Officer role and classification and establishing a structured formal trial program for a countywide information security division. Staff will return to your board with a comprehensive plan for consideration. The IT Advisory Committee is in the final stages of planning and will be established and begin meeting in the coming months. The committee will be named the Change Advisory Board and is intended to provide transparency, gather feedback, and ensure proper communication and coordination regarding IT changes that could impact multiple departments. One-stop permitting, staff are continuing to look for locations that are suitable for the co-location of planning and building, environmental health, and public works land use. During the year, a number of facilities have been considered, but none have met the needs of the program. Finally, the facilities and ADA consolidation. Your board directed the facilities master plan ad hoc to review options for integrating ADA compliance and facilities management and to provide recommendations. The ad hoc committee is still working with staff to review potential options for integration and structure and will return with an update at a future date. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Wilson first if he has any questions.
I don't have any questions.
Okay,
Thanks.
and
it's as if it was presented like from the staff report. So thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Madrone, who had a clarifying question for you, and then I'm going to give the opportunity for department heads to make comment.
Thanks for the presentation. It's a lot of hard work putting all these numbers together and tracking them. Thank you, Jessica. So I'm sure the story is a little different for each of those funds that have a negative balance and how we make up those differences, right? I'm curious about the North Coast Resource Partnership, a little over $500,000 deficit right now. Does that get made up in revenue accrual or some other method, or is it just going to be an outstanding balance we have to continue to make up over time?
In my discussions with, through the chair, in my discussions with staff at Public Works, it's a combination. There's been and this is from memory from first quarter, but roughly 200,000 that had kind of accumulated prior to the current staff. And so that may not have a receivable associated, but they indicate that there are sufficient receivables to make up the negative fund balance. They only get a $20,000 general fund contribution, so they don't have significant discretionary revenue to make up a negative fund balance. So I would say, yes, there are some receivables, but very likely there's some of the balance that they would need a discretionary revenue source for.
Okay, yeah, well, I would appreciate a discussion perhaps with staff, Hank and Sibel, in regards to this ongoing deficit, and do we need to, as vice chair of the board, I'm wondering, do we need to allocate a higher percentage to administrative costs for them to make it up, or all that? Because if we're running a deficit, we're not supposed to. I think that the partnership very much wants to make sure that Humboldt County is made whole in the process of administering this for 7 counties, which is a huge load. I do know that Sonoma County does provide a lot of assistance because they can. They have a much bigger budget and a much greater ability to kind of contribute to the partnership. But we're carrying the administrative load, which comes with a lot of different aspects. So I'll reach out to Hank and Sibel and follow up with them and see maybe what sort of an agenda item we need to bring to the partnership to make up our costs and make us whole. So does that sound about right?
Yeah, that is very accurate. It comes down to the administrative portion of it that isn't always reimbursable, which is a similar situation that economic development is in, where they have a lot of activities that they participate in that aren't particularly tied to grant funds. Jessica and I have been tossing around an opportunity for the general fund to use the fund balance to clear up these smaller negative fund balances that are out there and associated to just a lack of administrative support. But we want to get through the budget submittals first and verify the condition of the general fund before we come before your board to make any recommendations of that sort.
Well, I appreciate that. But again, as I said, I don't think anybody in the partnership expects us to be losing money in the administration of the program. So this may very well be one where we don't need to do that, hopefully, because there's plenty of others that probably will. And I will say $20,000 out of the general fund to leverage 10, 20, 50, $100 million in program funding for not only our county, but 7 counties and 35 tribes. And Supervisor Bohn and myself just came from the most recent quarterly meeting in Sonoma County with over 500 people in attendance. Very strong support from the tribal partners in all of this, and state support. The state is looking at this partnership as probably one of the best partnerships they have in the entire state of California, in particular because we co-manage and partner with tribes. And many other areas have not figured that one out, but we have. And it was quite a couple of days down there in Sonoma. But I think we can probably make this whole without taking, might just be a 1% increase in admin or something small, because it's not a huge amount, but I hope to make up that and through changes we might make. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give department heads in the room an opportunity if they want to comment first, and then we'll go to department heads on Zoom. Kaylee, I don't know if there's anybody there, but okay.
Chair Bushnell, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Sheriff Billy Hansel, and thank you, CAO Jessica, as well as for putting this together. Mid-year budgets are always interesting times because we're trying to take a snapshot on what's going to look like in the future. I appreciate that there's going to be a status quo budget, but there's a lot of things that we don't know yet. And so when you say status quo, when we don't know what our internal service funds are going to be, the increase in those, also increase to some of our insurances. I'm glad to hear that workman's comp is down. That is something that's going to be nice and hopefully passed on to our department. But when we have a budgetary process in the county where we're bringing our budgets forward, I would love to have the opportunity to present new ideas to this board. And even if you have a limited amount of funds, I think it should be up to the board's ideas of how to spend that money and for you all to prioritize how you want to spend your general fund money. And because when we have a status quo budget and when costs increase, then we're going to have less money. And where that's going to come from right now is because every single department is cut to its core, right? Is that we're going to have to defund our own positions in order to keep things going. And so it's going to be very, very difficult. And so I don't want to be put in that situation, especially when we're asking for more public safety from our communities. And so I do want there to still be a process, in this where we can bring in additional general fund requests, supplemental budgets, those kind of things when the need arises, when we do know our budget or when you all want us to bring something forward like a problem-oriented policing team, more mobile intervention when it comes to crisis intervention, more vehicle abatement money, all those things that are important to you all. It's important that we're able to bring those to you so you can fund those in the future. And then also just a clarifying question, when we have some proposals like the CAO has mentioned about $5 million in additional fund this next year for potential MOU increases or merit increases, is that going to be rolled into our budgets? So is it really a status quo budget, or are we going to get potentially 5% more in our salaries? So we're not impacting that, because any increase in the status quo budget to regarding the MOU is going to be, again, addressed in our current budgets, and we have to, again, eliminate a program or positions in order to afford that. And again, we're at bare bones when it comes to our funding and filling all of our positions. And again, we've cut a lot over the last couple of years, and we're doing the best with what we can, but we really can't cut much more. So anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, do you want to answer? First of all, is there anybody else in the room or anybody online? No. Okay, and then I wanted to give Jessica an opportunity to respond to the sheriff if you want.
I just wanted to clarify, thank you to the sheriff. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and maybe that's not what he intended, around supplemental budgets. We're not recommending that your board accept no supplemental budgets for external funding sources in the coming year. We're just recommending that you don't accept additional requests for general fund allocation with the coming budget cycle. But external funding sources are fine to bring a supplemental budget, and that may not be what he intended, but if that is what he intended.
Okay. Comments from the board. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking about the aviation discussion we had this morning and the lack of funding for the hangars. Each department, most of the departments have funding shortfalls that we're looking at, especially with next year's budget. It's not looking pretty. I think there's tremendous opportunity to raise funds, but it's difficult to do with staff already overloaded, and in some cases, difficult to be able to put any time into research or going after those grant monies and other things that are out there. And we've talked about this at the board many times. There was some suggestion of using CSAC's grant writing assistance. There was talk about creating a new position in the county. We tried to add a couple of positions in Public Works 3 or 4 years ago, but it really got all sucked up into project management. And I just think with each department, the picture looks very different. But just taking aviation, for example, we have an aviation committee. There was some discussion, not so much this morning as much over the last month or two, about what does the committee do? How do we provide some guidance for that committee? And we're talking about a lot of entrepreneurs and fairly wealthy individuals and others that have contacts, like Justin Sable and many others that are on there, that it may very well be that we could create some improved systems whereby we can do more partnering with things like the aviation committee to partner under the direction of the new aviation director to help with research, help with development of grants and other things to bring in the money to actually change that picture. And I think that's true with every department. I brought up the example of the work I did in the Mattole on Lighthouse Road, $6.5 million that are coming in this year, next summer, to help rebuild a whole large section of Lighthouse Road, which is now threatened once again by storms and erosion. But regardless, the point is, I think within each department, the picture looks different. But we very well may be able to develop some new systems whereby we can do more partnering with more tribes, more nonprofits, or aviation committees, or other things like that, to really start going after a lot of these funds to help us with, our needs and structural deficits and stuff. So I'd like to explore that in depth as we go into this coming year, wherever we can fit it in. We've had the discussion to some degree before. And I don't know what changes would be needed, but I think that there's members of the private sector that are chomping at the bit to try and work with us to do that. So just a comment. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? So okay. Well, I have some clarifying questions if I could ask. So the set general fund allocations to status quo for 24-25, really, what does that mean? The same? Can you explain that?
Yeah. So the recommendation for general fund allocations is to set them to the 24-25, so the current year budget's levels, and we're including the additional general fund requests that your board approved in the 24-25 budgets.
If we get an increase in insurance that is passed on to departments, then we would be expecting them to decrease something in their department to be able to afford that?
That's correct, but I want to clarify about my insurance and workers' comp numbers that I shared. Those are the final charges. Those have been received from risk management, and so I don't anticipate that there will be an increase. There should be an overall decrease for the county in workers' comp and insurance.
Liability as well? Okay.
Yeah, liability insurance as well. So the main factor of increased expenditures is salary and benefits.
So then departments that requested because last year, and I'll reference the sheriff just because he's here, and I can say he got around 5 million, I think, or 5 to 7 million. How
that
much?
was fiscal year. That was the prior fiscal year.
So they used those requests, however, to balance their budgets, and so whatever they did get, departments, because there was almost everyone, they're just going to have to figure out how to trim that off and not request those additional general fund allocations.
That is the current recommendation is not to accept additional general fund requests, which they have been using to balance their budget, just due to it not being fiscally sustainable, and because we are at with these recommendations, we are right at what we anticipate to be available in fund balance.
Okay, and thank you for that, and then and also thank you for the presentation. My mind goes quicker than. So then also deallocate 25-26 unbudgeted positions. What about Measure Z positions that were unbudgeted positions? So those were budgeted. Okay, so never mind about that. Okay. And then so departments will have an opportunity to bring additional requests, like in an agenda item, but not as during the budget process, or explain that.
This would mean that we are not accepting additional general fund requests, so they would not have an opportunity through the budget process to bring additional requests.
What about throughout so after the budget is set, if there's something that comes up, would they have an opportunity then to bring an agenda item?
Yes. So after the beginning of the fiscal year, departments have the opportunity to bring supplemental budgets for external funding sources, and in coordination with our office, if there was something that arose, we will still have a contingencies budgeted.
Okay. I think those are my questions for now. Supervisor Madrone.
So yeah, just to clarify, in other words, if a department is able to acquire some funding outside of this budget process that they're able to secure, they could then come to us for a supplemental budget for that money.
Absolutely.
That they're going to receive, right? So,
yes.
Great, thanks.
Well, I guess somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll move the full set of staff recommendations. It is where we're at. So,
can I clarify? Are you in a second?
Second.
But this is a 4/5.
4/5 is specifically on the budget, the supplemental budget recommendations that are included in there. So if one of you plans to vote no on this, then you will want to pull the supplemental budgets out of that motion and vote on those separately.
So, to vote on that separately.
I'm a yes.
I'm not sure that I'm a yes. So, I mean, I know that our budget is bad, and I know that our fund balance is bad, and I just also know that I don't know.
Yeah, I just like to say we've been talking about the 26-27 year for a couple years now, and that continues to be the year where we anticipate some real challenges. And we know that this recommendation not to accept ARFAs is a difficult one for your board and for departments, but it'd be incredibly irresponsible of me to hand you a checkbook when you don't have money in your checking account. And that's what the data is telling us right now. You're not going to have money in your checking account at the end of next fiscal year based off of a status quo budget as it is. So, I just want to put that out there that this recommendation is our office being as fiscally responsible as we can possibly be. That said, it's totally within your board's purview if you want to just see what departments might ask for. But that has been an awkward situation up here on the dais as well.
I understand that that's an awkward situation. My problem is now that we don't have the budget ad hoc, we're not having an opportunity to talk with department heads, and responsibility to my community as well, to my district, is that I know what we're going to be denying people for services, which this is what this means. And so it's hard for me to say, no, I don't want to know what the additional requests would be without knowing what those services are going to be cutting, what the communities are going to be losing. Not saying that I would approve them, because if we have no money, we have no money, and I understand that. But I also wouldn't want that knowledge and not have departments, if I come to them later and say, why are we not doing this in wherever in Humboldt? And they'll say, because you won't approve, you wouldn't even hear a request for additional funds. And that is, to me, is my job to know those things that are coming forward. And if I sit up here on this dais and say I can't fund that because we have no money in our checkbook, and then I can say to my community, this is why. And without even knowing, because they're shot down before they get here, it's an awkward position for me to be in as well, to explain to the district that I am responsible to, and to Humboldt County. So while I understand it, and it is difficult to play that role on the dais, and we haven't done well at it in the past, obviously, with the amount of requests that we have approved, I'm just having a little bit of problem with it. So one other question, I guess, is, do you foresee that this means layoffs in and I don't want to scare the organization, but I want to be honest. And so those are a lot of $15 million. So do you foresee layoffs in departments?
If your board doesn't start to really scale your expenditures back, then yes, we're going to hit that point at some point in time. This year at first quarter, Jessica brought to you a board report that said departments have been doing a really great job at holding back on their spending, and they're coming in under budget. So there was unanticipated fund balance that is helpful. I would expect, next year, if we come in half where we're at this year, we're looking at 20 million. If we can get our expenditures down to a $10 million shortfall next year, then we will have 10 million going into the next year. That's 5 million under your structural deficit. So you will have in 26, 27, under that very rosy scenario that is being laid out, $5 million to cut out that year. And to the sheriff's comment, departments do feel like they are getting down to the minimums, and things like liability and workman's comp are non-negotiable. We've got to expend those funds. So those aren't areas where we will have opportunities to scale back.
So I'll reference the COB department that is going to have to ask for $330,000 for insurance projected short. Where does that come from if there's no additional requests? So then the COB department of 4 is going to have to scale back, or what?
I think the initial estimates for the board's budget for insurance are going to be revised. When we met with risk management, we found an error in the allocation, and so we estimate that those will be revised to a much more reasonable level that the board's budget could accommodate.
And just to make reference, I want to say that I talk with my staff, and so I know that. I don't know the other departments. I'm just referencing to something that I know. So if, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it before I vote on this, but if, say the COB's insurance is elevated, say it's not elevated as much as the 330,000, then the COB will be responsible to make cuts within their department to not ask for additional funds to manage that. Is that correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
from the CAO's as a department's perspective, we have that very situation in economic development, which is incredibly unfortunate. But we're looking at a $200,000 increase in liability insurance for economic development. So
Okay, and the CAO wanted to make a comment.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I think those are my questions. And sorry, I just want to understand what I'm voting on. I know what I'm voting on, but I want to make clarifying in my mind. Supervisor Arroyo.
I do appreciate the clarification about, even if that wasn't necessarily what, I wasn't sure if that was what the sheriff had intended with that question, but the clarification about supplemental budget requests, if there's a funding stream tied to them. So, I mean, I will just say, coming from the grueling nonprofit sector, where if you don't raise the money, it just ain't there in grants, that creates kind of an opportunity for additional program expansion or, expansion to address specific community needs as the funding allows. So while it's not, this isn't a situation any of us want to be in, I think that is some opportunity depending on the type of work that our different departments are doing. Some of them are more well suited to grant funding streams than others, but I also recognize that we're probably going to be going into some lean grant funding times in the next couple of years as well. So I don't really see an alternative besides what you've recommended. I will say that at the next opportunity to reevaluate, some of the streams of funding that go to partner agencies, I know we've made some allocations that are multi-year allocations, but the next time we do that, I think it's going to be a different story as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, so if we were to approach this from a two-motion perspective, one, what do we all agree on that doesn't include the supplementals? And then two, the supplementals is a separate item. It seems like that's the way we might need to proceed?
No.
Okay.
We don't.
Okay. 4/5, you've changed your mind.
We knew that this was coming and that it was going to be difficult. I think that, I guess I will know that my department heads will reach out to me if something changes within their department, and I'll have that knowledge. And if they don't know that, I hope they hear that now. It's not a comfortable position to be in. We knew that this was coming. Am I happy? No. Do I want to vote on this? No. I don't, but we don't have the funds, and I don't want to get to a layoff position for people. That's not comfortable either. So go ahead.
So this has been going on for the last few years and everything else, and this is one of the reasons we put a hiring freeze out so we could avoid layoffs. I know that's putting a lot of burden on our staff and all that. But so we avoid the layoffs and pick up some extra capital for those departments to get through this tough time. With that being said, we have a multitude of, can we bypass this hiring freeze every week? And so if you're going to have a speed limit, is it going to be for every other car? Is it going to be, we're going to have to look at these hiring freezes and see if we can, basically it comes down to the private sector doing more with less. And it's not comfortable. It's not easy. It's even harder to do from home. So I'm just saying, as we look forward to this, I think this is a cyclical thing. This is like 2008. It's like 1995. You go back. We've been through these every time. And we've had some adjustments, and thank goodness for the taxpayer realizing our costs have gone up, so they've been very generous on Measure Z, Measure O, which is going to help tremendously. But as we move forward, we're going to have to look at these cost-cutting measures we've put in the past and stick by them. Or we can sit here and do this dance every 6 months or 8 months and say, hey, we don't have it, but we've got, So, and I fully agree with the sheriff. Do we have enough people? No. Do we look around and move people around so we have patrol, so we have that? Maybe. I mean, it's time for everybody to get creative. And I appreciate our sheriff does that. I know the probation does. I know a lot of departments that do that. So I do like I've never quite figured out why we have 2 IT departments. And I don't know. I mean, I could live happily with my flip phone, so I have no reason to talk about IT, except I can say it. So duplication of process in a lot of places and stuff like that. So maybe those are the things outside the box that Jessica, and good job. I mean, I've been through so many of these, and yours are so concise the last few years. I mean, you're knocking it out of the park. You're not saying a lot of good stuff, mind you. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm happy to hear what you're saying, but I understand what you're saying. And which means a majority of our peeps out there understand what you're saying. And I think that's the most important part. So we have to internally say, are we going to do what we say or say what and not follow through? Or are we going to say, hey, we're going to do this and then fudge on it every time we turn around? And I mean, that's what it's coming down to. And I will not say layoffs because I think that puts too much of a burden on our staff. We talked about, somebody was talking about stress earlier and what causes stress. Knowing where your next damn paycheck will create more stress than anything. So with that being said, I feel comfortable with this. Do I like it? Oh, hell no. But do we work harder? And I'm going to tell you something right now. We have projects out there that people want to fulfill. They want to build housing. They want to do this and everything else. And our process is so slow. We get sales tax revenue when they buy the lumber. We get property tax when they build it. We're going to have to start doing some of this stuff, guys, because we're not building very much, and we're losing our builders. So, I mean, this is something we have to consider and everything else. We have to look a little farther down the road and basically get stuff done. I got a good friend that has a GSD comment, and I'll say it's get stuff done. That's not necessarily what he does. But we need to help our planning and building. We need to help everybody to streamline this process. We're in California. I know everybody says don't do it like California, and ABC, anybody in California. But we operate on our own on ground, and that's what we have to remember. So, sorry, I ramble.
That's okay. Thank you. So I'm going to call for the vote. Before I do want to thank the CAO team and Jessica, and also all of the departments that you get your information from the departments and the department heads. And I'm a little more realistic than Rex, I guess, and I want to say that we're doing this to avoid the layoffs, and because we value our team members. So I'm going to call for the vote now. Oh, before that?
Have we gone to public comment?
Yes. No, we have not. I'm sorry. We're going to do public comment on Zoom.
There is none.
We're going to do public comment in the you are a department head. You had an opportunity in the room. I thought Billy was public comment. So now I will close the public comment and call for the vote.
Who seconded?
I made the motion. Who seconded it? I think it Steve did.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Mike Wilson absent.
Thank
Motion
you.
Carries.
Thank you all.
So now we are going to be going into closed session, and I will have County Council read in items.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Eric Allen Battersby versus Ivor Lean et al., case number 20-CV-06561-EMC, and Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Project number 77-285.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on Zoom?
No.
Is there any public comment in the room? No. I'm going to close public comment. How long do you anticipate?
I would say 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so, excuse me?
27 minutes.
Oh, like, what is he talking about? So we are going to adjourn into closed session. We will be back hopefully within an hour. Thank you. We're back from closed session, and we'll go to County Council for report out.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items K1 and K2.
Thank you, and we will be adjourned. Thank you.